It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Petco Park in San Diego, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the San Diego Padres. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Friday evening to you, wherever you may be. Welcome to Petco Park, Game 1 of the three-game series with the San Diego Padres. Dodgers have done well against San Diego. They've beaten them 9 out of 13 and 4 out of 6 here. However, two interesting stories, kind of a collision. First of all, the Padres play very well here. They've won 17 of the last 22, and the Dodgers have won 22 of the last 28 against Western Division teams. In fact, you can put one pointer up as to why the Dodgers are where they are. They have lost 20 fewer games in the West, only 19 so far. Last year, they lost 39 games to Western Division teams. Tonight, it'll be Dan Haren. He's a record of 11-10. Usually he pitches better here. And for San Diego, it will be Andrew Cashner. Cashner, in 14 starts at Petco Park, has allowed 2 runs or less. So the Dodgers certainly figure to have their hands full tonight, while at the same time, remember, they have won 9 consecutive series against Western Division teams. So those are all the numbers, the pregame numbers to keep in mind. But coming up, prospects of a very good ball game and a whole lot more right after this.
The site of the 3-game set between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the San Diego Padres this weekend. Welcome inside Petco Park, everybody. I'm Alana Rizzo. I want to talk a little bit more about center fielder Yasiel Puig, not in the starting lineup today for the Los Angeles Dodgers. It will be Andre Ethier instead. Don Mattingly saying earlier today that it's not because Puig needs another day of rest. It's basically because he's seeing the frustration at the plate from Yasiel Puig. Since May 28th, he has certainly struggled. Don Mattingly saying that we're a better team when he's rolling. I think we're just trying to forget that it's also his first full season. He's just trying to get some extra rest. Time to take a step back, actually. Season is long, and it wears you down. Don Mattingly saying Yasiel Puig has to figure out how to be ready to play in a 162-game season. You can see what is happening. They do not necessarily consider Yasiel Puig a power guy, but there certainly has been a power shortage at the plate. Since May 28th, just a .272 average, 2 home runs, 20 RBIs, down from earlier in the year in 74 games. His last home run came in Atlanta way back on July 31st, so he will get an extra day. Andre Ethier in center field. It will be the 56th time he has started in center field this season. 627 career RBIs. After the break, Vince Scully on the call. We'll be right back.
Wherever you may be, we're at Petco Park in San Diego. A little cooler than usual once the sun went down, and the Dodgers and the Padres will be ready to heat things up any minute. For the Dodgers, you can drown in a seas of numbers, but what is really interesting, they have won 22 of the last 28 games they have played within the Western Division. And guess what? The last 28 games they have on the schedule, 21 of those will be in the West. So Clayton Kershaw and Andre Ethier and the rest of the boys in the tall cotton, as Red Barber used to say, 4.5 games in front of San Francisco. The Giants will be playing Milwaukee. Willie Peralta, 15-8, will be on the mound for Milwaukee, and Ryan Vogelsong, 7-9, will be pitching for the Giants. Let's take a look at the Dodger lineup. D. Gordon leads off at second base. Hanley Ramirez goes all the way up in the number 2 slot. That means that Yasiel Puig will sit this one out. Adrian Gonzalez will be at first base, and Matt Kemp hits cleanup in right field. Carl Crawford is in left field. Andre Ethier plays center for Puig, and Justin Turner, who is absolutely the talk of the league, and all Turner has done is hit .450 against the Padres for the last couple of years. A.J. Ellis is behind the plate. Dan Haren on the mound. On the mound for San Diego, a big man, not just in stature. He is 6'6" and 205 pounds. A bad shoulder put him on the DL, so he has a record of only 2 wins and 6 losses. But here at Petco Park, he is even bigger than 6'6". I mean, he is more like Atlas. He is in 14 starts here at Petco Park. He's allowed 2 earned runs or less. So despite all the other numbers, Andrew Cashner can really pitch. In fact, when you talk about the Padres, their pitching this year is probably the best pitching they have ever had. I mean, going all the way back to 1969, this edition is really outstanding. And I would say Cashner and Kennedy and the rest of them are showing the numbers are indeed true. So Cashner turns ready and makes his first pitch to D. Gordon. It's outside, ball 1, 1-0 the count to D. Gordon getting something started. He's the ignition. D. Gordon 1 for 3 during the Arizona series, fouls the pitch away. D. Gordon, of course, with all of his stolen bases, the number 1 man in the attack. On this road trip, 4 for 10 and hitting .288 against right-hand pitching. So Cashner, 1 ball and 1 strike. Andrew ready and delivers, and that's foul back, and the count 1-2. Now that last pitch was 96. There was a time when Cashner first came to the Padres, he was clocked up around 100. But as he said, he has learned to pitch more than throw, and he's very happy to live around 95 with the fastball. 1-2 pitch, little ground ball to first. Nice pick there by Grandal, and the catcher, first baseman, steps on the bag, and just like that, 1 away. Here are the Padres defensively. Grandal and Jerko, Amarista and Solarte. Seth Smith is in left. Then Abraham Almonte and Reimer Liriano in right. Rene Rivera behind the plate, and Andrew Cashner on the mound. So 1 away as Gordon grounded out. And the batter is Hanley Ramirez, hitting .270, 12 home runs, 58 runs batted in. And as we mentioned earlier, moving up to hit number 2 with Puig sitting down. In Arizona, Hanley was just 1 for 8. Cashner ready, works him inside under the hands, ball 1. Ramirez hitting .267, 8 of his 12 home runs hit against right-hand pitching. Cashner turns and comes right back, and the pitch in for a strike. Another collision as far as the numbers are concerned. How the Dodgers play on the road. They are the number 1 team in the major leagues, 42-26. But the Padres are great at home. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on, skied to center. It's very playable. Moving in is Abraham Almonte to make the catch, and we have 2 down in the first inning. Adrian Gonzalez coming up, and of course for Adrian, he's already had a solid career. Gonzalez spent 5 years as a Padre. He was a 3-time All-Star as a Padre. He's had 60 home runs at Petco, 57 of them wearing the San Diego uniform. So he is first on the boards, and I'm sure still first in the hearts of many of the folks down here in the border city. So Adrian checking in. Cashner turns on the rubber, ready and delivers, and works away, ball 1. One of the reasons the Padres do so well here, they're 8 games above 500, but better than that, since the end of June, Padres have won 17 and lost only 5 as Gonzalez swings and misses, and their earned run average for the team collectively in that stretch, 2.1. One reason, certainly, it is a good-sized ballpark. It is a pitcher's park without a doubt. 1-1 pitch on the way. Gonzalez swings, comes up empty, and the count 1-2. 336 down the left field line, falling away to 357. 396 in straightaway center, over 400 and down to the jury box about 322. Gonzalez meanwhile goes down on strikes. So Andrew Cashner prints his name in capital letters here in the first inning, and now it's time for Dan Herron. And at the end of half an inning, Dodgers nothing, here come the Padres. would expect, sets the Dodgers down in order in the first inning on 11 pitches. Now let's take a look at Bud Black's lineup. Yangervis Solarte at third base, Abraham Almonte in center, Seth Smith, who tears up the Dodgers, in left field. Yasmani Grandal at first, Jed Jerko at second, Rene Rivera behind the plate, Raimo Liriano in right, Alexa Amarista at short, Andrew Kashner on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, Dan Haren with a record of 11-10, 1-1 this year against San Diego, 6-5 lifetime. He faced the Padres in July and allowed 4 runs in 4 innings, taking the loss, and he had beaten them later on. 0-1 at Dodger Stadium and 1-0 here is Haren, and his first pitch to Solarte is in for a strike, and the count 0-1. That first name, you look at it, Y-A-N-G, but that comes out to be an H, and it's Yangervis Solarte. The pitch is low, 1 ball and 1 strike. He's from Valencia in Venezuela. You may remember his uncle, Roger Cedeno, played a lot of outfield. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Solarte. The left-hander hits it up in the air to shallow right. Angling out is Gordon, calling, and makes the catch for the out. So Solarte, a switch hitter. Almonte is a switch hitter. And then Seth Smith, a left-hander. The Dodgers in the outfield, Crawford, Ethier, and Kemp. The Dodgers in the infield, from third to first, Turner, Ramirez, Gordon, Gonzalez. Behind the plate for the Dodgers, that would be A.J. Ellis, and on the mound, the veteran Dan Haren. So with 1 away on the pop fly to Gordon, the batter now is Abraham Almonte, another switch hitter, 5'9". So you have to have some low strikes to zero in on Almonte, and he takes off the plate, ball 1. Almonte with 2 home runs, 7 RBIs since being called up. Haren ready and comes back 1-0, and that's swung on and missed. Almonte came over to the Padres in a deal with the Seattle Mariners in exchange for outfielder Chris Denorfia. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way. Haren delivers a bunt attempt, and it's left in Ellis' mitt. 1-2 the count. We mentioned earlier that the Padres have probably the best pitching team in their history, but they also have a very poor offense, and that's what breaks Bud Black's heart, the fact that they've gotten so many well-pitched games only to lose. You might forget, not only have they won 17 of 22, they've moved up. They're a third-place team. And there's a line drive into right field. Base hit for Abraham Almonte. And that will bring up the fellow who really gives the Dodgers a terrible time, and that will be Seth Smith. Seth Smith, 3 home runs against the Dodgers and against Haren in his career. He has 13 hits, 3 home runs against Haren. He also has 3 against Homer Bailey and Tim Lincecum. And all Smith is doing this year is hitting .393 with 4 home runs against the Dodgers. So Seth checking in, and the Dodgers trying to get around him. On deck is Yasmani Grandal. Almonte at first. He's 1 for 2 in stolen bases. Seth takes a look at a strike. 0-1 the count. The Dodgers shift the infield. They're not completely overshifted. Hanley Ramirez, however, is awfully close to being straight up the middle behind the bag. So for Justin Turner, he has a lot of ground to cover, and he's playing in the shortstop hole. Strike 1 pitch, a check swing. They're going to look at third. No swing, says Tim Timmons. And the count to Seth, 1 ball and 1 strike. Seth keeping that hot bat back. Seth is a big fella, 6'3", 210. You may remember he had a lot of good years with the Rockies. Hit as many as 32 home runs for Colorado. Throw to first. Almonte back on the bag. So Seth Smith with 12 home runs, 8 of the 12 here, 3 at Coors Field and 1 at Target Field in Minnesota. 4 of the 12 against the Dodgers. and 7 of his 12 have been hit against the starting pitcher, whoever that might be. So Seth Smith, 32 years old come the end of September. Almonte off the bag at first, 1 out. We're just starting, bottom of the first inning, no score. Aaron set at the belt, one of the better control pitchers. Almonte bluffs on a foul ball, and the count 1-2. And hopefully wherever you are, we hope that you have a wonderful, sane, and safe Labor Day weekend. For a lot of folks, it started sometime this afternoon and not going back to work until Tuesday. We have a lot of Dodger fans, that we always do, especially on a weekend. A lot of blue here. There was a lot of blue in Arizona. The 1-2 pitch is hit in the air to left field. Crawford has to come over near the line, makes the catch for the out, and Almonte holds on at first base. So 2 out in the first inning, and Yasmani Grandal, catcher, first baseman, coming up. Yasmani hitting .211, 11 home runs, 33 RBIs. Much better hitter against the Dodgers. He's batting .300 in 23 games in his young career against the Dodgers. He is 1 for 5 in the past against Dan Herron. So Grandal waiting at the plate, another switch hitter. Herron deals and finds the strike. So the first 4 batters in the Padre lineup, 3 switch and 1 is left-handed. Then you don't get another left-hander until number 8, and that's Alexei Amarista, the shortstop. Almonte bluffs again. The pitch is missing. One thing Almonte does, he puts on a pretty good bluff so that Hanley Ramirez went for it. He was starting to go to second base, and had the pitch grounded to the left of the mound, that probably would have been into center field. 1-1 the count. Herron watching Almonte. He's not going. No bluff, and the pitch low. 2-1 the count. Dodgers have beaten the Padres 9 of 13. 4 of the 6 played here. However, as we mentioned, the Padres a much better team at home. In fact, they've won 5 straight home series. 2-1. There goes Almonte. The off-speed pitch, a strike. The tag, got it. Good throw by A.J. Pretty good pitch to try to steal on. It was a change, and Ellis got rid of it in a hurry and gets a handshake from his manager, Don Mattingly. The quick tag by Hanley, and that'll do it for Almonte. No runs a hit, nobody left at the end of an inning, no score. Diego, temperature 75 when the game started, and really not much of a breeze at all. Second inning, the Dodgers will have Matt Kemp after Almonte was erased trying to steal second. A.J. Ellis making a perfect throw, a quick release on a change, which gave Almonte the edge. So now here comes Cashner, and Matt Kemp takes a look at ball one. 1-0 the count. Matt 3 for 7 over in Phoenix, hitting .288, 14 of his home runs against right-handers. Takes a strike at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cashner gives you a lot of pitches. Fastballs, both the up fastball and the sinker. Back he comes with a pitch fouled away, and the count 1-2. He has a slider. He also throws a knuckleball just to really confuse you, and a changeup. All pitchers appear to change. Right now, Cashner is working both feet on the rubber, and the 1-2 pitch, breaking ball low, and the count 2-2. That was the curve. Cashner at one time was pitching from the third base side of the rubber, having moved from the first base side. Now he's just working right from the middle of the rubber. 2-2 pitch on the way is a fastball in there. Strike 3 call. That was the dreaded two-seamer that had a lot of sink to it. So Cashner picks up his second strikeout, and the batter will be Carl Crawford. Fastball just stayed around the knees, and Kemp is caught looking. So Carl Crawford will try his luck. Crawford, 4 of his 5 home runs hit against right-handers, hitting .268 against right-hand pitching. And Cashner delivers and starts him with a strike, and the count 0-1. For Andrew Cashner, he is suffering with that record of 2-6. He is so much a better pitcher. The next pitch is low, 1-1. The Padres are getting him 2 runs per start. 2. We mentioned this may be one of the poorest offensive Padre teams in history, and history means in 45 years. 2-1 the count to Crawford. Cashner is number 1 in the league in getting called strikes. Andrew ready. His 2-1 pitch on the way, chased and missed. That was that fastball down. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Usually the hitters, and it could be Andre Ethier who's on deck as well, usually the hitters do make contact against him. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Crawford takes inside, ball 3. He has the 3rd highest rate of contact by hitters. 84% of his pitches have been hit by the batter. The big Andrew Cashner. His earned run average here at Petco in his career is 1.3. So you certainly don't expect a lot of runs. 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. That's 3 consecutive strikeouts. He got Gonzalez to win the first. He picks up Kemp and now Crawford. And we have 2 outs, second inning, and the batter will be Andre Ethier. So we're talking about hitters making contact, but not now. Cashner is a very wise young man. We'll tell you why as Ethier checks in, batting .247. Cashner had such great belief in his overall ability that he would not go for club offers to sign him, and he gets a strike to Ethier. When he graduated from high school, the Braves wanted him in the 20th round. He said no thanks, turned that down, and went to junior college. The strike 1 pitch is another strike. Then he went back to junior college. The Cubs drafted him in the 29th round, and he said no thanks. He left junior college and went to Texas Christian University. And they were still trying to get him as Ethier fouls it off. But no matter who drafted him, he held off. So remember, the first one was in the 20th round, the next in the 29th round, and by the time he agreed to sign, he was a first-round pick for $1.5 million. There's a smart head on those shoulders. Now the strike 2 pitch to Andre Ethier, fouled away. That's that hard upper fastball that just had some run on it. Ethier was lucky to get a piece of it flying by. No balls and 2 strikes. Cashner came up with a sore shoulder, which is why he's only been in a few games. Strike 2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. He has struck out the side. He's retired 4 in a row, and he is living up. He is a tower of strength, especially here at Petco. And at the end of an inning and a half, no score. Has already thrown down his glove. He's retired 6 in a row. He has struck out 4 in a row. He struck out the side in the second inning. So Dan Herron knows he's in for a battle. Grandal, Jerko, and Rivera in that order. Yasmani takes ball 1. He was at the plate when Almonte tried to steal, and A.J. Ellis made a great throw. Grandal, switch hitter, batting left-handed, takes a breaking ball a little high. 2 balls and no strikes to Yasmani Grandal. Dan Herron, in his career, has always been considered one of the all-time great control pitchers. The 2-0 pitch is in for a strike. One of the best control pitchers certainly in the game. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that's a pitch that stays up. Coming into this game, Herron is first among active pitchers, 1.8 walks per 9 innings, but he's on the edge here. 3-1, and Grandal fouls it away, and the count 3-2. The plate umpire, who might be very busy tonight, is Jim Wolf, the brother of Randy Wolf, the left-hander who pitched for so many teams, including the Dodgers. Jim has been in the league for 13 years. He was behind the plate for Dallas Braden's perfect game. Meanwhile, an imperfect pitch from Dan Herron, and he gives up a walk to Grandal. So Jim Wolf was there for that perfect game, and he was there for Derek Jeter's 3,000th career hit. So he's seen a few highlights while wearing the mask. So here's Jed Jerko, solid second baseman, spent a long time on the DL, hasn't quite recovered yet. But Jerko, as a rookie, had a great year, 23 home runs when he was healthy, playing every day, and he takes a strike. Jerko out of Morgantown, West Virginia. His older brother was a linebacker for West Virginia. Jed, 26 years old come the end of September, and the pitch in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jed Jerko. He got back off the DL the end of July. He had plantar fasciitis of the left foot. Jerko waiting, 1 ball and 1 strike. Back comes Herron, and that's a one-hopper flag by Gordon, and throws it over the head of Henry Ramirez and way down the left field line. Here comes Grandal, and rounding third thinks better of it and gets back to the bag. And instead of a double play, you have a 2-base error, the throwing error by D. Gordon, trying to hit Hanley Ramirez at the bag and never came close. So E4. And Herron now is in a mess. Second and third, nobody out, as Gordon made the full turn and missed Hanley Ramirez from me to you. Turner tried to knock it down. He couldn't do it. And by the time it was retrieved by Carl Crawford, there were runners at second and third and nobody out. So Gordon puts the Dodgers in a bit of a hole. Not only do they lose a double play, he makes his 9th error. But the Padres have runners at second and third and nobody out. Herron set at the belt, looks and deals way off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes to Rene Rivera. Rivera has become the talk of the league. Not only how well he has handled the Padre pitching staff when he's behind the plate. The earned run average for the staff is 2.8. The 1-0 pitch is low. 2-0 the count. For Rene Rivera, Wednesday he hit the game-tying solo home run in the bottom of the 9th, and then the game-winning RBI single in the 10th. Only 3 players in Padre history have gotten a game-tying hit in the 9th and a walk-off in extra innings. The other 2, Sean Burroughs and Ed Sprague, and that's going back away. So Rivera, the father of twin girls, played first base against Milwaukee, as well as doing a great job behind the plate. His percentage of throwing out runners, the most among all National League catchers. And Rivera promptly hits it in the air to left. Crawford doesn't have the arm to get Grandal. So the throw is cut off near the mound by Justin Turner. Grandal scores. Jerko holds at second. And just like that, it is 1-0 San Diego. So the error gives the Padres a run. And Rivera gets himself a sac fly and a run batted in. So with the Padres leading 1-0, 2 second basemen were talking it over, D. Gordon and Jed Jerko. And now Dan Herron going to work on Reimer Liriano as Grandal goes back to the dugout and takes a seat. Reimer Liriano from Santo Domingo signed with the Padres just about 7 years ago. Liriano, right-hand batter. Herron ready, starts him and drops it in for a strike, and they count 0-1. Reimer was called up from El Paso for his first major league call-up. His first career home run against Colorado was hit about 430 feet. He had never shown a lot of power in the minors. Strike 1 pitch on the way. Liriano takes a strike, so he's in a hole. No balls and 2 strikes. 1-0 San Diego. We can also tell you the Giants leading the Brewers 2-0 in the first inning. Joe Panik scored on a Peralta wild pitch, and Pablo Sandoval knocked in the other run. So 2-0 Giants in the first, 1-0 Padres in the second. Liriano an even 6, but a heavyweight, 220. Right-hand hitter, bends at the knees and waist. Herron a look back at Jerko, now to the plate, and misses down and away. Liriano in the minor leagues hit as high as 14 home runs in San Antonio, 12 at Fort Wayne. He has 1 home run, 4 runs batted in here in the big leagues. 1 out. Jerko at second base. The next pitch is swung on and missed, and that'll do it for Liriano. First strikeout for Dan Herron, and the batter will be Alexi Amarista coming up. So Amarista checking in. Gives you another small strike zone. Amarista, left-hand batter, 5'6", 5'7" at the most. He's hit over 300 for the last 2 weeks and takes a strike, 0-1. Well, look it up. I think Amarista has a home run against Herron. Yep. So Alexei Amarista from Barcelona, Venezuela, takes a strike. So he's in a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Last year with the Padres, Amarista had 5 home runs, but you don't expect that. He also had 5 when he played for the Angels. No balls and 2 strikes. Herron delivers fastball high. 1-2 the count. The Angels originally signed him in 2007. Herron being very careful with him. Jerko at second base, 2 out. 1-0 San Diego. Herron leaning on his left knee, now straightens up. And the 1-2 pitch to Amarista is fouled back. Amarista, you can understand it, by the time he was 16, they had just about broken his heart. He was so sick and tired of hearing, "You're too short to play." So he started playing softball. And that's all he ever heard. "They might as well stay here. You're not going anywhere." Well, he's fooled them all. Good for him. The 1-2 pitch, a little high. 2-2 the count. So Amarista signed with the Angels when he was only 17 years old. Two balls and 2 strikes the count. Herron at the belt, then backs off the rubber. Amarista hit a home run at Dodger Stadium at 5'7". There was a note, the shortest player to hit a home run, I'm sure, was back in 1962 or thereabouts when the Angels played there, Albie Pearson, who was about 5'5". Amarista fouls one back into the stands off third base, and the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. So the deuces are wild. 2-2, 2 out, and for good measure, a runner at second. Herron, who's given up an unearned run and actually has had to work harder. Now he's ready, and the 2-2 pitch coming up. Herron breaking ball stays up, and he goes all the way. So he went all the way and walked Randall. Then Jerko hits what looks like a double play, only to have Gordon throw it away. That set up the run on Rivera's fly ball. And now with 2 out, Amarista trying to pick up Jerko from second base, swings and fouls it back. It's the old story. No manager likes to walk the 8th hitter with 2 out. They all want the pitcher to come up. Cashner has 2 hits and 20 at-bats, and they would much rather have him lead off the next inning. So this will be the 9th pitch from Dan Herron to Alexei Amarista. Ground ball to third. Turner is up with it, and that will be that. So 1 unearned run, no hits, 1 error, a man left. And at the end of 2, Padres 1, Dodgers nothing. first 40,000 fans at Dodger Stadium Saturday, September 6th, and you'll receive your own pair of Dodger headphones, compliments of Lexus. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Andrew Cashner has struck out 4 in a row. He's retired 6 in a row. And the surprising Justin Turner, hitting .450 against San Diego the last 2 years. You know, when you look at what Turner's done, and I know he will not be even considered, but what an MVP he has been for the Dodgers. I mean, he's played second, short, third, a spot at first. He has been a remarkable hitter, and especially with runners in scoring position. So he has been very valuable. Who would have thunk it? The pitch in for a strike. They count 1 ball and 1 strike. Turner last game over in Arizona 2 for 3, 4 for 7 on the road trip, and the 1-1 pitch foul back 1-2. Turner since the All-Star break, and it's amazing, he's hitting .360 with runners in scoring position. He's hitting .420. I want to talk about being valuable. Wow. But naturally he'll be overlooked. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. He takes a look and it's a little low. 2-2 the count. Andrew Cashner is 0-5 in his last 9 starts, despite the fact he's allowed only 4 runs or fewer in all 9. 2-2 pitch. Turner swings, bangs it into right center. He's at it again. So Turner, a bullet into center for a base hit, and that will bring up A.J. Ellis. So that'll bring up Ellis with Herron to follow. It's 1-0 San Diego. Turner, by the way, just to give you another footnote on how phenomenal he has been, since the 29th of May, Justin Turner was hitting .381, and he just got a base hit to add a couple more points. The pitch to A.J. Ellis in for a strike. So 1-0 San Diego, set up on the error by Gordon. It made Herron work extra hard. It should have been really a walk, a double play, and a fly ball. So Herron had to make 17 extra pitches in that inning. Ellis ground ball single into left field. So the Dodgers now first and second, nobody out. Dan Herron coming up. Herron has 2 sacrifices, and you certainly would expect him to try to get the bunt down. So back-to-back singles from the bottom of the lineup. And here now is Herron. We can tell you the Giants added another. Hunter Pence had an RBI single. So the Giants score 3 in the first inning against Peralta and lead 3-0. Herron with his 2 sacrifices. 2 on, nobody out. They are certainly looking for the bunt. Cashner set at the belt, looks at the runners. Herron bunts up along the third base line, foul, and the count 0-1. Cashner might struggle a little bit in the first 2 innings, but he becomes extremely effective starting in the third. In fact, from the third inning on, the opposition is hitting .218 against him. And in the last 3 innings, the opposition, believe it or not, they're hitting a half a buck, 0-5-0. Strike 1 pitch is on the outside corner, taken for a strike. So Herron muttering to himself, no balls and 2 strikes. Up there to bunt, take a strike. That's a killer. So Dan back up to the plate. For years, he was a pretty good hitter. Showing bunt again. Cashner set. The strike 2 pitch on the way. The bat pulled back on ball 1. 1-2 the count. Nice block by Rene Rivera to prevent a wild pitch. And looking at Cashner, he has only gotten 1 wild pitch this year anyway. Andrew, 6'6", 205 pounds. He'll be 28 in September. Oh, wow. On 9/11. The bunt is foul, and Herron unable to sacrifice and strikes out. That's 5 strikeouts for Andrew Cashner. 5. D. Gordon coming up, and of course you know he would love to make up for the throwing error. He grounded out in the first inning, batting .292. Rivera telling the infield knock the ball down. So Turner single to right center, Ellis single to left. Herron can't bunt for strike 3. And now we'll see about Gordon as both Turner and Ellis take their leads. Cashner out of a stretch, looks back at second, comes to Gordon in the dirt. Nice block by Rivera. 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers, remember, have won 9 straight series from Western Division teams. They've won 22 of the last 28 against the West. And 22 of the remaining games, 22 of 28, are within the West. So that would certainly appear to be the Dodgers' strong point. 1 ball and no strikes. Gordon takes high and away. 2-0 the count. Dodgers, as you probably know, now have the best road record in the major leagues, 42-26, and they are number 1 in the West, 36-19. So they've done remarkably well. The 2-0 pitch is high, ball 3. 3-0 the count to D. Gordon. So where in the second inning Cashner wound up striking out the side, now he's in danger of loading him up for Hanley Ramirez. Cashner back up on top, deep in thought. 3-0 the count to D. Gordon. Cashner reading Rivera. 6'6" right-hander delivers a strike down the middle at 96. 3-1. First time we saw Cashner, he came in relief, and he was at 100 at least 5 of his pitches. Andrew nods yes to Rivera. 3-1 pitch coming up to Gordon is taken for another strike. 3-2 the count to D. 1 out, 1-0 San Diego, top of the third inning. Gordon waiting, pinwheeling the bat around, now holds it quietly. And the 3-2 pitch, runners hold, and it is swung on and missed. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. That's as hard as Cashner hath thrown tonight. As we said, we were quoting him, Andrew, saying, I don't throw as hard as I used to. I don't try to strike people out. I'm very happy at 95. But occasionally, when he needs a strikeout, wham, he has struck out 5. And with 2 out, here's Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez is hitting in the number 2 slot in the lineup because Yasiel Puig has just stopped. Puig no hits in his last 18 at bats, and of course that really eats a hole in you. The pitch to Hanley is taken low, ball 1, 1-0. And as he sits back talking to Miguel Rojas, and on the other side, as usual, would expect to see Juan Uribe near Yasiel Puig. But his manager said, you know, this is really his first full year. So he has to, it's not so much he was tired. They took him out a couple of days ago to rest him. The 1-0 pitch is fouled away. 1-1 the count to Hanley. 2 on, 2 out. Third inning, 1-0 San Diego. Mattingly said that Puig just has to really get his mind settled. All hitters go through it, especially young hitters, and especially after coming off a couple of huge months. He's just been drawn up short here in August. But guys like Uribe will counsel him, and we shall see. And meanwhile, Hanley hits number 2. 1-1 pitch with 2 on. Fastball in there at the knees at 97. Boy, that must be a comfort. You're so big and you can throw so hard. 6'6", you're standing on a 10-inch mound, so you're pitching downhill anyway. 1-2 the count to Hanley. 6 strikeouts now for Andrew Cashner. Big right-hander ready. Here he comes, just off the plate. Naturally, the Padre fans want everything to strike, but that was close. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. He got it just outside the zone by a hair. Tough pitch for Hanley to take, especially with 2 strikes. Waiting on deck, Adrian Gonzalez, but it's up to Hanley Ramirez to extend the inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. Cashner delivers a ground ball inside first and down the right field line. Here comes Turner. They will stop Ellis on a double by Hanley Ramirez, and we have a tied up ball game, 1-1. Ramirez hit that ball just between Grandal and over the bag and down the line. A key double, and the Dodgers have tied it up. Hanley got a fastball, hit it inside out, and splashed it just over the bag and down the line. So now Adrian Gonzalez comes up with first base open and Matt Kemp on deck. Ramirez double to right, run batted in. Turner carries the tying run home. A.J. Ellis now at third. And we'll see Adrian struck out in the first inning. Cashner, 2 outs, second and third. Into his windup, comes to the plate, and it's low, ball 1. 1-0. Though with first and second, he was pitching out of a stretch. Now with runners at second and third and 2 out, Cashner ready to make his 51st pitch of the game. Fastball that shoots in there for a strike. So Herron is even though he didn't get the bunt down, and as usual, Justin Turner had a hand in the job. Tough inning for Cashner. This will be his 25th pitch. And that's going to go down the left field line, foul, back into the lower deck. And the count 1-2 to Adrian Gonzalez. Tomorrow night here at Petco, they're going to honor Trevor Hoffman. He'll go into the Padre Hall of Fame, and among those here to be in attendance, not only will Trevor be saluted, Adrian Gonzalez and Greg Maddux will be here. 1-2 pitch, ground ball to the right side. Nice big hop for Jerko, and that's that. But the Dodgers get singles by Turner and Ellis. They get a double by Ramirez for a run, and at the end of 2.5 innings, we have a 1-1 tie. Turner leads the Dodgers back down 1-0. He opens up the inning with a base hit, and Hanley Ramirez picks him up with a double. So we go to the bottom of the third inning in a 1-1 tie. Aaron, who had been damaged by the error by Gordon, is now even again, and he'll work against Cashner, then Solarte, the third baseman, and Almonte, the center fielder. Andrew has never been much of a hitter, 2 for 20 this year. Aaron delivers and flips it in for a strike. Cashner showing a bunt, so he had Turner on the move coming in from third. Nice big strike zone, 6'6". Aaron ready, back he comes. Down and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Cashner, who came here. Anthony Rizzo went to Chicago. A bunt up along third. Good bunt. Throw is way too late. Andrew Cashner at 6'6". You expect a bunt from a little guy for some reason or another. Not a man that tall. And Cashner able to lay it down and leg it out. Turner was deep, and he got him deep. Turner couldn't do anything but make the play, but that was history. Cashner had long since crossed the bag. So a great bunt single by Andrew Cashner. Runner at first, nobody out. Solarte, Almonte, and Smith coming up in that order. The first pitch now to the switch hitting Solarte picks up the outside corner, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Cashner taking his lead, bluffs going, and at the plate there's a bluff bunt, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Cashner put on a great fake, and he really had Hanley Ramirez breaking for the bag. One ball and 1 strike. AJ's already nailed a man. He got Almonte trying to steal in the first inning. 1-1 to Solarte. Again a bluff and a ground foul outside of first down the line. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Padres up and at him on the steps. Dave Roberts alongside Bud Black. Roberts, of course, joining people like Maury Wills. When you think of stolen bases, you think of Dave. There goes Cashner. Got a good jump on a long fly ball to right center, but it's catchable. Kemp makes the catch, and Cashner back to first. It's rare to see them run a pitcher, but they've done it with Cashner. So Cashner takes a head down steal, then tries to jam on the brakes and almost fell down completely. Used his right hand for support and got back up and jogged back to first. So Solarte, a long fly ball to Matt Kemp in right field, 1 out, and now Almonte, who's single to right, coming up. Abraham Almonte, switch hitter, batting .317. In 3 games against the Dodgers, he is now 7 for 15. So he's doing very well. Takes off speed and away. Ball 1, 1-0. One ball and no strikes. Cashner quiet for the moment at first. Now the 1-0 pitch on the way. That's poked foul off third. That'll slice back into the lower deck. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. For the Padres, as we said, great pitching under Bud Black. Struggling offensively. They're averaging 27,000 a game. So they've drawn 1.7 million. Dodgers are over 3 million, as you probably know. Cashner on a 1-1 count holds up, and the pitch is low. Ball 2, 2-1 the count. Dan Herron, 11-10, 1-1 against the Padres. typically lost at Dodger Stadium and won here, which is more of a pitcher's ballpark. 2-1 pitch, little roller. Gonzalez goes to second in time to get Cashner, and apparently he kind of stepped on Hanley Ramirez's left foot a little bit. So Hanley looking down. So 2 down. Here's the play at second base. Cashner comes in hard, foot's on the bag, and it pays the price. Ouch. So Almonte hits into the force, and with 2 down, the batter will be Seth Smith. Smith flied to left field in the first inning, hitting .285, 12 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Came into the game with a .295 batting average against Dan Herron. Left-hand hitter waiting. Herron set, thinks better of it, backs off the rubber. Smith with 3 home runs against Herron, ties him for most against any pitcher. He's also hit 3 against Homer Bailey and Tim Lincecum, and 11 for 29 against the Dodgers this year. Herron delivers low and inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Now the 1-0 pitch coming up, off speed and low. 2 balls and no strikes the count. Dodgers 1, Padres 1, top of the 3rd. On deck, a switch hitter, batting left-handed so far, Yasmani Grandal. 2-0 pitch, swung on and hit foul outside of first, down the line, and the count 2-1. Andrew Cashner and Dan Herron, game 1 of the 3-game series. Cashner cooling off. Dave Roberts said something, and he's in agreement to that. 2 balls and 1 strike to Seth Smith. Herron ready. Here he comes. Smitty hits one back to the box. Herron runs over to first, flips it, and that's that. So no runs. A bunt single by Andrew Cashner. And at the end of 3, Dodgers 1, Padres 1. With Steve Saxon, Maury will join us for a sit-down with the Dodger greats. They'll talk about the advantage of practice and the approach to stealing bases. That'll be Sunday at 5 on Sportsnet LA. By the way, in talking about stealing bases, somewhere in the back of my head I knew we had a note about Andrew Cashner, and we just couldn't come up with it. while he was on base. But it was April of last year. Andrew hit a single, stole second, and scored a run, making him the first pitcher to collect all three in his first big league win as a starter since 1969. A rare group of Padres who have done it. Greg Maddux, Adam Eaton twice, Doug Brocail, and now Andrew Cashner. Matt Kemp starting it off. Ground ball on the line. A long throw by Solarte right there. 1 out. Greg Maddux, whom we mentioned, is here to honor Trevor Hoffman tomorrow night. And of course, everybody would like to honor Greg Maddux, Doggy as they called him, entering the Hall of Fame this year. He had 355 lifetime wins. He was here for 2 years and won 20 as a Padre. Greg Maddux, one of the great pitchers. Carl Crawford struck out in the second inning. We have a 1-1 tie. We're in the fourth. Cashner has struck out 6. 1 ball and 1 strike. One stage, Cashner struck out 4 in a row. Gonzalez, Kemp, Crawford, and Ethier. And hits that one in the air. Waiting for it to come down is Almonte, and we have 2 out. So the batter now, Andre Ethier, who struck out in the second inning. Well, Cashner, after bunting for a base hit, trying to steal, putting on great bluffs, and then eventually being forced, doesn't show any ill effects. Among other things, stepping on Hanley Ramirez's foot. And ball 1 to Andre Ethier, who struck out in the second inning. Andre hitting .246. 1-1. We've seen a lot of Cashner when you realize this is his 16th game against the Dodgers. One and 2 the count. Dodgers 1 run, 3 hits, 1 big error. Padres took advantage of the error by D. Gordon. They have 1 run, 2 hits. Each team has left 2. D has done so many spectacular plays. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fouled away. Put up a note about Andre Ethier. Back in 2009, he hit 22 home runs in Dodger Stadium. That's the most by a left-hand hitter in the stadium history. Fouls another one. So you come up with a note like that, and you think, wow. And he pretty much has disappeared, although he has appeared, believe it or not, in 113 games this year. 22 pinch hit appearances and a lot of RBIs in his time as a Dodger. Chases one, down he goes, striking out a second time. 7 strikeouts for Andrew Cashner in his 4 innings. And at the end of 3.5 innings, it's still a 1-1 tie. Whistler 200, America's import, and by Jack in the Box. Try Jack's Spicy Chicken Club combo at Jack in the Box with fries and a drink while it lasts. Beautiful view of downtown San Diego. Not a cloud in the sky today. A curious moon looking down on the ball game. And we go to the bottom of the fourth in a 1-1 tie. Yasmani Grandal, Jed Jerko, and Rene Rivera. Off speed for a strike. 0-1. Grandal walked, got to third on the throwing error by Gordon, and scored on the fly ball by Rivera. That's a strike, so he's in a hole. 0-2. Grandal, born in Havana, Cuba, lives in Miami Springs. On the corner, down he goes. The Grandal strikes out. 1 out in the fourth. For Dan Herron, that would be his second strikeout. Just got the outside part of the plate, and Jim Wolf rings him up. 2 strikeouts for Herron, 7 strikeouts for the hard-throwing Cashner. And here's Jerko, who hit the ground ball to Gordon, the apparent double play ball that never made it. Ball 1. A Mountaineer from West Virginia. Jerko with a bad foot ruined the year. He's still a very good ball player. 9 home runs, 45 runs batted in. He wasn't drafted coming out of high school, so he went to West Virginia University, became a second-team All-American as a freshman, and everybody knew he had the ability to go all the way. Good folks in the state might remember he won the California League batting title way back in 2011. Check swing on a charge and a strike. 2-2. They all talked about how determined Jerko was, playing in a game in Cincinnati, and he fell on his shoulder in terrific pain, would not come out of the game, and then next time at bat went up and doubled. Shot up the middle. Ramirez behind the bag. Nice pick. Bounce throw in time. Nice play by Hanley Ramirez to go behind the bag. 2 down in the fourth inning, and Rene Rivera coming up. Gordon and Ramirez putting their heads together for a moment after the play. Gordon was behind Hanley, but Hanley was going in the direction of the play. Little extra teamwork between the two. Herron now working on Rivera. Rene had the fly ball that picked up Grandal in the second inning. Ball 1. Way out in front of that. 1 ball and 1 strike. Great changeup. Rivera has hit safely in 15 of his last 19. And that's line to center. So Rivera is 1 for 1 with a run-scoring fly ball. And the batter will be Reimer Liriano in a 1-1 tie. By the way, in talking about this game tied, the Giants are leading the Milwaukee Brewers 5-1. Buster Posey had an RBI single. Hunter Pence had an RBI single to add to the 3 that they had in the first inning. So they're moving to the top of the third. 5-1 Giants. Reimer Liriano struck out in the second inning. Way out in front. 0-1. Bottom of the fourth inning. 2 out. 1-1 tie. keeping an eye on Rivera. 1-1 the count. Rivera, the catcher, has not been involved in a stolen base. Liriano, playing right field, has possibly the strongest throwing arm in the entire Padre organization, and now he bangs one to left field. So with 2 out, Rivera single to center, Liriano single to left, and here comes the pest, Alexei Amarista. Amarista grounded to third in the 2nd inning. Dodgers have 1 run, 3 hits. Padres now have 1 run, 4 hits. Amarista, a tough young player. He's had 4 RBIs in a game a couple of times in his career, and hitting over 300 for the last 2 weeks. Ball 1. Amarista came to the Padres from the Angels. He was with the Angels in 2011 and came here in 12. Two balls and no strikes. Two and 0. That's in there. 2-1. Amarista looks to a fellow Venezuelan for inspiration. That would be Omar Vizquel. He idolized Omar when he played. 2-1. And a line drive to center, base hit. Ethier charges and then bobbles the ball. So the run will score. So Rivera carries it in. The catcher doesn't run that well. Ethier might very well have had a play on him, but in his haste to glove the ball and throw, the ball just flipped out of his grip, and that took the play away. And with 2 out, the Padres get a go-ahead run and lead 2-1. Ethier still made it pretty close because Rivera also hesitated, and Glenn Hoffman said, no, keep on going, and the catcher made it. I think had Ethier come up with the ball cleanly, Rivera would not have even tried to score. So 3 hits in a row with 2 out. Here comes Andrew Cashner. Padres lead 2-1, and that's a strike. 0-1. Cashner, remember, laid down a beauty of a bunt in the 3rd inning. Padres 2 runs, 5 hits. Dodgers 1 run, 3 hits. That's a strike. So a big man in a big hole now. No balls and 2 strikes. All this with 2 out. Rivera single to center. Liriano single to left. Amarista singles to center, and the run scores. Ethier did not get an error. And the next pitch high. 1-2. The juggle, however, I believe it would have been bases loaded and 2 out and the pitcher at the plate. And that strike 3 called. However, that's not the way it was. 3 straight singles, and the Padres get a run and break the tie. And at the end of 4, Rivera, the catcher, puts the Padres in front 2-1. 2-1. And a reminder, Tuesday, September 7th, the Dodgers and Diamondbacks at 7:10. And the first 50,000 fans in attendance receive your own A.J. Ellis bobblehead. For tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com/bobblehead. A.J. no doubt swapping thoughts with Rick Honeycutt. They're working on the mound. The landing area a little different for Dan Herron and Andrew Cashner, and I'm sure it was Cashner who requested the mound be tended to. Takes that big stride off the rubber, and they were working the exact same area. Although Herron is not exactly a short man, but I'm sure that one landing area was slightly different than the other. 2-1 in favor of the Padres. A little better fielding by the Dodgers, and Herron would be leading 1-0, but it was Gordon's throwing error that set up the run for the Padres. And then, surprisingly, Andre Ethier juggling the ball. Rivera, the runner, was going to stop at third, and the only reason Rivera came on was because Andre juggled, but no error. So Herron's been hurt defensively. He's made a few more pitches than Cashner, and he's allowed 2 more hits. So 5th inning, 2-1 San Diego, and it will be Turner, Ellis, and Herron in that order. And the first pitch is belted to left field, and that one is going to be just off the wall. Looked like he might have a chance to go in the seats. Now there's Justin Turner again, making a major contribution as he doubles off the center field wall. Seth Smith unable to get it, and the tying run is out there with nobody out, and Turner is 2 for 2. Got a breaking ball and lifted it just above Seth Smith's glove. Bouncing back where it's retrieved by Almonte. So Turner a long double, and the batter will be A.J. Ellis. By the way, in talking about all of the exploits of Justin Turner in the month of August, this is the 29th. In the month of August, Justin Turner is hitting .397. And ball 1 to A.J. Ellis. So Turner representing the tying run with nobody out. Fastball, big chopper, foul and down the line. So Turner holding 1-1 to A.J. and Dan Herron on deck. Ellis hitting .196. That's low. 2-1. Two runs, 5 hits for the Padres. 1 run, 4 hits for the Dodgers. And that fastball misses at 94. 3-1 to count. Cashner had made 63 pitches coming into the inning. And ground ball to the right side, if nothing else, that gets Turner over to third, and it'll bring up Dan Herron with 1 out. So Ellis going the other way to move his man along. And now let's see about Herron. Unable to bunt, struck out. So Dan 0 for 1. Infield now comes up. Turner short lead at third. Cashner from a stretch. And almost a wild pitch. We mentioned earlier Cashner, who throws so hard, has just 1 wild pitch so far this year. Andrew, who certainly lives up to the reputation of being a big Texan. 1-0 pitch. Aaron badly fooled on a pitch way out of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dan, by the way, leads Dodger pitchers. He has 5 runs batted in. He needs 1 now to get even. The outfield figures Dan's not going to pull. They're shaded way over to right. Turner coming down the line. Liriano with a great arm, shallow in right field. And that's foul back. 1-2. Waiting on deck, D. Gordon. Padres scored in the second. Dodgers tied it in the third. Padres scored in the fourth. Dodgers trying to tie it in the fifth. Fastball foul back. Pretty good for a pitcher to foul back a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Aaron looking to Bundy. Bundy then goes over and says something to Justin Turner. One ball, 2 strikes. Fouled away. Now he went from 97 to 83, and Aaron was able to foul 1 straight back and just hold back on the change and fouled it off to the third safe side. 1-2. Giants winning 5-1. Dodgers losing 2-1. 2-2. Well, he's throwing hard again. 97, and now that one was 96. He's also made 75 pitches. 12 in the inning. 2-2. In the dirt. Another nice save by Rene Rivera. 3-2 to Dan Haren. That makes Bud Black pace a little bit in the dugout. Turner tying run at third. This will be an 8-pitch at bat for Haren. 3-2 the count. And got him. So another 97 puts Haren away. 2 out. That is the 8th strikeout for Andrew Cashner. By the way, his high this year, he struck out 11 back in April against Detroit. Cashner was also reminding Solarte to look out for the bunt for D. Gordon. Gordon has grounded out and struck out. And ball 1. So Turner's at third, 90 feet away from tying it up. One ball and no strikes. And ball 2. Gordon batting .292, 0 for 2 tonight. And a high fly ball into deep right center. Back goes Liriano at the wall and makes the catch. Knocked down and held onto it. I didn't think Gordon could hit a ball that far. And Liriano makes a spectacular save, and the Dodgers come up short. Wow, what a catch. They brought that fence in a little bit, but it's still a good 400 feet. And Gordon, understandably, looks out. You see Cashner's reaction. What a play by Liriano. And it's still 2-1 San Diego. had a great arm, and we also knew that Gordon was a good contact hitter. Didn't expect Gordon to drive one 400 feet and then to have Liriano make a great catch going up against the wire fence. That knocked him back sideways. Down he went, but he held on to the ball. A huge play. Yasiel Puig's upset over the fact that his buddy Gordon lost an extra base hit. So bottom of the 5th inning, hard ground ball to Gonzalez off the bat of Solarte, and we have one down. So one away, and the batter Almonte, who has singled and hit into a force play. So the Dodger defensive alignment has been a little weak. San Diego has made every play that it needed to make, and it's 2-1 San Diego. Meanwhile, the Giants are leading the Brewers now 6-1. Angel Pagan had an RBI single in the 3rd inning. They're going to the 4th. Strike. Remember, the Padres very quietly have been playing very, very well, and especially are they tough here in this park. They started the night 8 games above 500 at home. Bud, a couple of years ago, his team won 90 games. Trying to get them started again this year, but it's kind of late. But they have a whole change and cast of characters, like Solarte and Almonte and Liriano. And they have Cashner coming back, Jerko coming back. Ground ball again to Adrian. 2 down. Two runs, 5 hits for San Diego. 1 run, 4 hits for the Dodgers. 1 Dodger error, could easily be 2. The error by Gordon gave the Padres a run, and the juggle by Andre Ethier gave them another run, and they did not give Ethier an error. Instead, they gave a base hit to Amarista. Seth Smith flied to left, hit back to the box, takes a strike. Padres have been playing better than 500 since the All-Star break. 5 games above, and since late in June they have won 17 and lost 5 here at Petco. They've also won 5 straight series at home. Foul ball. 1-2 the count. Bud Black. One of the things about Buddy, he went to school down here, San Diego State, and his teammate, among many, Tony Gwynn. So wearing number 19 in honor of the late Tony. Bud knew him very well. Roller down to Gonzalez, and he gets all of them. So down go the Padres, 3 ground balls, and at the end of 5, 2-1 San Diego. 1949, the Dodgers and the Cardinals in a very tough battle. Jackie Robinson rose to the occasion. He hit for the cycle, scored 3, drove in 2, and for good measure stole a base as the Dodgers beat the Cardinals 12-7 and moved into first place. That was a ball club that wound up winning the pennant only to lose in the World Series. Footnote: Robinson hitting for the cycle, Gil Hodges hit for the cycle, Wes Parker hit for the cycle, and the 3-dog Orlando Hudson. Let's go back to this one. And ball 1 to Hanley Ramirez. And if you are in line to correct me, I agree. The old dog was Orlando Hudson. The 3-dog was Willie Davis. We're lost in a sea of numbers. That's a strike. 1-1. Ramirez flied to center, doubled over first base. That drove in Turner. But the Dodgers still playing catch up. 2-1 Padres. And a shot up the middle, base hit. Hanley rounding first, slips, falls down, rolls over, and limps back. And I think he hurt his left foot or ankle or both. Hanley was busy looking at the play, as all the base runners do, and hit the bag awkwardly. See if he lands on top of the bag. Yep, that's what you do. You know, you are taught when you're running the bases to hit the side of the base, but not the top of the base, because when you hit the top of the base, you're going to slide. And he slid and did something to his left leg. I'm not sure if it's the knee or the ankle or both, but just watch when he hits the top of the bag. Right there. Whoop. There you go. But he was so busy, understandably, looking at the flight of the ball, and he takes a header. That's the slip. The left leg is extended as he goes down and rolls over. Mattingly is talking to him. It looks like Mattingly wants him out, and Hanley wants to stay in. He's going to test it. And he nods yes. So Hanley singles up the middle, takes a header, stays in. He is 2 for 3. Hanley patting Mattingly on the shoulders if say, good skipper, I'm staying in. All right. So the Dodgers again have a tying run on. They left Turner at third, remember, after he had that leadoff double. Bud Black now talking to the first base umpire, Tim Tishner. Now let's see the first base umpire. I wonder if it had anything to do with the tag. Let's take a look. There's going to be a tag. He jumps in the air. See that? Now he's off the bag. Admittedly in pain. So because he hopped up, I think they might call him on it. That is insult to injury if they do. You know what everyone connected with the major leagues is worried about? The replay, the official review in the postseason. Yep, he's up in the air, all right. Admittedly hurting. And Grandal alertly tagged him. And the most questionable rule, he's out. Yep. So not only is Hanley injured, he's going to be called out for jumping up off the bag. I don't think Hanley, because he was hurting, I don't think he realized he even jumped off the bag, but he did. So Hanley gets what looks like a base hit, and Bud Black and Dave Roberts call him on the jump. Sure enough, he left the bag. 1 out. heads-up play by Yasmani Grandal to keep an eye on him. And when he jumped up in the air, Grandal was right there to pin him. All right, 1 away. And here's Gonzalez, struck out, grounded out, 0 for 2. Nick Vincent, Alex Torres, the left-hander, throwing now in the Padre pen. And a drive to center. Almonte fading back, stays with it. So Cashner might be tiring while they have the bullpen up. Remember, he gave up the leadoff double to Turner, and with 2 out, Gordon took him to deep right center, and that great catch by Reimer Liriano. So Hanley Ramirez looks like a single to center, and he is out at first. If you're keeping very close tabs on the game, 8-3, giving Almonte an assist. And here's Kemp. And he whacks it into right center field, base hit. So he hadn't fooled anybody, but he has 2 big outs. And the batter will be Carl Crawford. 2 runs, 5 hits for San Diego, both errors coming as a result, one of an error and the other a very questionable play that should have been an error. And the Dodgers 1 run and 6 hits. Dodgers left Ellis at third and Ramirez at second in the 3rd inning. They left Turner at third in the 5th inning. And now they've had 2 hits, but Ramirez in pain, jumping up off the bag, tagged out. And the Giants, with all of that, breezing along against Milwaukee. 0-1. 1-1. You see Rojas for a fleeting second go down below. Hanley is left. So I think the Dodgers are forced to finish the game with Rojas at shortstop. And that's a 1-hopper. Amarista makes the 4th. So Cashner hit hard in the 6th inning, but he gets away with it. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left, and at the end of 5.5, it's 2-1 San Diego. Has gone back to shortstop. It looked like Miguel Rojas was going down to loosen up, but Hanley biting the bullet. He's been stepped on by Andrew Cashner, and then of course he fell down rounding first. The Dodgers have 2 more big games here in San Diego, and then they go home. And 3 bigger games with the division leading Washington Nationals. So make your plans, and we'll see you starting Labor Day at Dodger Stadium with Washington. Meanwhile, Giants are beating the Brewers 6-1, and Willie Peralta has been knocked out of the game. They're only in the bottom of the 4th inning. Yasmani Grandal, who alertly tagged Hanley Ramirez when he jumped in the air in pain. That was a big play. Later, Kemp singled. Hanley's hurting a little bit, shaking his head as if to say, why me? High pop fly, Justin Turner in foul ground. And that'll do it for Grandal. Meanwhile, Andrew Kashner talking to Dave Roberts. He had Roberts grinning earlier when he bunted for the base hit. Bluffed a couple of times. Eventually was cut down on a close play, and it looks like he's done. Everybody's congratulating him, including Dave Roberts and the pitching coach, Darren Balsley. And a drive to left. Backtracking is Carl Crawford, and that takes care of Jed Jerko. 2 outs, 6th inning. Rene Rivera coming up. Down in the bullpen now, Dale Thayer begins to loosen up. Thayer, of course, is one of the major parts in that bullpen, and it is a wonderful bullpen. As we mentioned at the very start of the game, this is the best pitching that the Padres have had in club history. Rivera sacrifice fly and single scored a run. So he's knocked in one and brought one home. And that was the play where Ethier, had he not bobbled the ball, Rivera was going to stop. And then the pitcher was going to come up with 2 out, and as things are, they struck out. But when Andre Ethier bobbled the ball in haste to field it and throw, Rivera was then waved in and he scored. Otherwise, they don't score, and it was very charitable scoring down here not to give Andre Ethier an error, and instead just run the runners 90 feet at a time. Pop foul, that'll be out of play. Here's the play in case you missed it, but it's such a big play in a 2-1 game. Now there's Rivera on his way to third. He was going to stop. Even after almost stopping, it's a reasonably close play at plate. But if Andre had held the ball, Rivera would not have tried to come home, I don't believe. However, here is Rivera, and drives one to the gap. Ethier on his horse, and nice running catch. So Andre makes a fine play. It's a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th. However, it looks like Andrew Kashner will cool off in the dugout, and at the end of 6, 2-1, San Diego. Be one of the first 50,000 fans at Dodger Stadium Tuesday at 7:10. Receive a Magic Johnson no-look pass bobblehead, compliments of Coca-Cola. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/bobbleheads. Andrew Cashner went 6 innings and allowed 1 run, and right-hander Nick Vincent comes in from a bullpen that has been magnificent. But before we talk about the bullpen, let's talk about Cashner. If you were with us at the very start of the game, we mentioned that at home in 14 straight games, Cashner has allowed 2 runs or less. Well, make it 15 games at home because he allows only 1 run tonight. He has also struck out 8, and he leaves leading 2-1, and they give the ball to Nick Vincent. Andre Ethier, Justin Turner, and A.J. Ellis. We talked about the San Diego bullpen. They just don't lose games. You know how many games that it looked like you would win and they've lost? Only 3. Number one bullpen. They don't let inherited runners score either. And they do not blow saves. They have the lowest number of blown saves. They are percentage-wise 267% below the National League average. They also don't allow very many home runs. Well, they are something. 2-0 the count to Andre. Ethier has to be glad Cashner's out of there. He struck out twice against Andrew. Jamie Wright begins to warm up in the Dodger bullpen. If they get something going, they will hit for Herron. Fouled away. So we gave you that number for Andrew Cashner. 15 straight games, 2 runs or less here at Petco. His earned run average over that stretch of 15 games, 1.4. I mean, how tough can you be? 2-1 the count to Andre Ethier. Then Turner, who has a single and a double, scored the only Dodger run, and the Dodgers left Turner at third base in the 5th inning. High fly ball, but appears playable. Liriano is there. After that great catch he made on Gordon, that was indeed the so-called can of corn. 1 away. Did you ever hear that expression, can of corn? It originated, we understand, from the old days when you went into a small family grocery store. The cans of corn would be up on the top shelf, and if you're old enough, you may remember there was a long pole with little hooks on the end of it. You could squeeze it and the hooks would close. So they take that pole, hook it around the can of corn, and just nudge it off the shelf and catch it. And that became the origin of an easy fly ball or an easy pop fly, a can of corn. 1 ball and no strikes to Turner. Single to center and double off the wall. 2-0. Nick Vincent was born in nearby Poway, lives in Ramona, went to Long Beach State, drafted by the Padres in 2008. 2-0. Little roller up along third. They're going to have to let it roll. No, they pick it up. There wasn't no play, but Solarte knew it was going to die on the grass. So Turner comes up with his 3rd hit. He's 3 for 3, and the batter is A.J. Ellis. Take another look. Solarte doesn't have a play by now, and since the ball is a good 1.5 feet or so inside, he just picked it up. A.J. Ellis single to left and grounded to the right side. That moved Turner over to third. But that's when Herron struck out, and then Gordon was robbed of the extra base hit. And look who's out on deck. Yasiel Puig. That's a strike. Little slider in there. 0-1. So Herron, very intense watching this game. He's pitched exceptionally well, and he's been victimized by a couple of defensive shortcomings. That's fouled away. We keep talking about Justin Turner, so you know that he's making tremendous contributions. Well, here's another note. Since 2012, having gone 3 for 3 tonight, Turner is hitting .488 against San Diego. .488. 0-2 to Ellis. Yasiel Puig on deck. One and two. Puig, remember, is 0 for 18. And because he starts all the time, he's only had 3 at-bats as a pinch hitter, and he's 2 for 3. That's high. Throw down. Not in time, but close. Rene Rivera with a good arm. Turner straying pretty far. Randall brings it down, but late. Two balls, 2 strikes. And again, a high pop foul. This one's playable. Jerko comes over. So Ellis pops up with his second baseman. Turner is holding, and here comes Yasiel Puig. Puig is fighting to stay above 300. His average now is .301. 13 home runs, 59 runs batted in. 2 for 3 as a pinch hitter. Again, as Don Mattingly said, this is really his first full year, and he has to learn exactly what kind of a grind it is as Wallach stands alongside Mattingly, and Yasiel checking in. Turner at first, 2 outs, 7th inning, 2-1 Padres. Oh, and 1. Yasiel has certainly piled up enough hits. 138 base hits. 32 doubles, 9 triples, 13 home runs. But even the best draw blanks. 0-2. Puig was 0 for 6 in Arizona. Good numbers against right-handers, hitting .315, 11 of his 13 home runs. But he is struggling. One and 2. Nick Vincent in relief of Andrew Kashner. Slider chipped the bat, and he'll have to get another stick. The modern bat, a lot of times, I'm not sure if his bat has an indentation. Yes, it does. You could almost put a small glass at the end of the new bat. So he hit it and just took the edge and split it. There it goes. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I'm sure there's a long scientific explanation for why they have that indented top of the bat. No runs, one hit, one left, and we're heading for the bottom of the seventh. It looks like Dan Herron is heading for the dressing room, and Cashner and company are still leading 2-1. Tough ball game here at Petco. It figures to be a great series. By and large, when you come to this large ballpark, it's quite a battle. One reason why San Diego 8 games above 500 here. They've won 5 straight home series. They've won 17 of the last 22 at home. And the Dodgers have walked in and have been trapped. It is 2-1 San Diego, bottom of the 7th. Jamie Wright will pick up for Dan Herron. Although, in all honesty, the Dodger problems have been self-incurred. The error by Gordon, the bobble by Ethier, and the Padres lead 2-1. Reimer Liriano made that great catch at that long drive by D. Gordon back in the 5th inning. And Jamie Wright on the mound. Right. D. Gordon vitally involved. His error set up a run, and then that great catch by Liriano prevented the Dodgers from scoring a run. Fouled late. 0-2. Reimer Liriano. No balls, 2 strikes. 23 years old, just starting out. Padres signed him about 6 years ago. Giants are really breezing. They are beating Milwaukee 8-1, and they're only in the top of the 5th inning. Buster Posey has 3 hits. Hunter Pence has 2 RBIs. For Willie Peralta, he went 3 innings and gave up 9 hits, 6 runs. 1-2. Big slow curveball for strike 3. So Liriano strikes out. 1 down here in the 7th. Nice big breaking ball up there and then drops in there. Jamie Wright with a record of 4-3 in his 51st game. He's worked 61 innings. Alexei Amarista grounded to third and singled, and that's now the huge play. Ethier charges the base hit. Rivera looks like he's going to stop at third. Andre bobbled, then threw. It was too late, and Rivera scored. They did not give him an error, but it's a play that normally he would make. Comebacker. Nice play by Jamie Wright, and with 2 down, it will be Vincent's at bat, and instead Tommy Medica is going to come up and hit for Vincent. Tommy Medica with Dale Thayer getting up in the pen. Medica has been in over 80 games. He has 7 home runs, 23 runs batted in. But he is 0 for his last 19. He's from Santa Clara. Ground ball to short. Hanley is there. So Medica comes up empty. Down go the Padres. So they haven't had a hit since Amarista's single and the bobble by Ethier, but that's become the difference in the game. At the end of 7, 2-1 Padres. As we go to the 8th inning, MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, celebrating 12 years. So join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. So be sure to visit Dodgers.com for details. Dale Thayer, coming out of Fountain Valley, lives in Huntington Beach. Dale's an even 6. 185 pounds, went to Cal State Chico. He'll be in his 60th game with 9 holes and a great ERA, 2.1. D. Gordon a strike. Grounded out, struck out, robbed of an extra base hit and a game-tying RBI by Reimer Liriano in deepest right center field. So far, Liriano with his glove is the difference. Two balls, 1 strike. Dale Thayer, signed by the Padres almost 13 years ago. Finally made it to the Mets. Made it to the Mets in 2011 and the Padres last year. Took him a long time to get here. His first taste of the big leagues was with the Rays in 2009. Basically fastball, slider, and a changeup. Very aggressive and a powerful arm. Lifted to left field. Coming in is Seth Smith. So Bud Black showing you what his bullpen has done. 40-2 when leading after 7 innings. They are tough. Make it a 48-2. Meanwhile, for Don Mattingly, a club has not been known from coming from behind. 1-47 after 7. So the numbers certainly favor the Padres and are very much against the Dodgers. We'll see. Here's Ramirez. Fly to center, double to right to drive in the Dodger run. Singled, slipped, fell down, hurt himself, got up, and while jumping up in pain off the bag, he was tagged out by Yasmani Grandal, the first baseman. And 1 out later, Matt Kemp got a base hit, so that was a huge play. 2-0. So the Padres have made 2 big plays. That great catch by Liriano and the alert tag by Grandal. And the Dodgers failed to make 2 plays. The throwing error by Gordon and the bobble by Ethier. That's the difference. Hanley with 12 home runs, taken all the way. 2-1. Been a tough night physically for Ramirez. He was stepped on by Andrew Kashner at second base. And then, of course, when he stepped on top of the bag, he skated off the bag and down he went. And there goes the ball. Hanley's got plenty. He hits it halfway up the Western Metal Supply Company, and the Dodgers have tied it up 2-2. The leg might hurt, but he can take his time. He's just tied it up. For Dale Thayer, that was the 8th home run that he has allowed, and the bubble machine is working again. So Hanley has 3 hits, single, double, home run. There goes the victory dance, although it's not a victory. They've just tied it up 2-2. So all those numbers we gave you, how great the Padres do when they have a lead, how poorly they forget it. It's 2-2 in the 8th. So Jamie Wright and Dale Thayer, the pitchers involved. Stan Conti talking to Ramirez as Adrian hits a little ground ball. So Gonzalez goes 0 for 4 tonight. Take another look. Breaking ball, and as soon as he hit it, he crushed it. Second deck. So Ramirez hangs in. He gets an attaboy from Jamie Wright and the dance and the bubble machine. 2-2 in the 8th inning. Yeah, there it is, the secret weapon. That's a strike. Matt Kemp struck out, grounded out, singled, 1 for 3. One ball and 1 strike. Hanley taking his bats. Let's see what that means. Also his equipment. Though it might be, they know his range is limited when he's healthy. He's banged up, but he did his damage. And it looks like he's calling it a night. Foul ball. The home run by Hanley Ramirez, his 13th, gives the Dodgers 98 home runs. Padres are right behind them, 93. So it's Dale Thayer and Jamie Wright now. 2-2. And there's J.P. Howell now getting ready in the pen. Strike 3 call. So Kemp strikes out a second time, goes 1 for 4. But Hanley Ramirez comes up with the big play, breaking ball, and he hits it halfway up the Western Metal Supply Company. And at the end of 7.5, we have a 2-2 tie. A single and a game-tying home run. He's called it at night, and Miguel Rojas will now take over at short and bat in Hanley's spot. Dale Thayer came in, gave up his 8th home run of the year, and now here come the Padres in the bottom half. 2 runs, 5 hits for San Diego, 2 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers have left 5, Padres 4. And here's Yangervis Solarte. Ball 1. Solarte popped up, flied to right, grounded out, 0-for-3 from Venezuela. Just turned 27. Shows bunt, 2-0 the count. Solarte at Round Rock had as many as 12 home runs. Originally signed by the Twins, spent earlier this year with the Yankees. And right now behind 3-0. Solarte came here in the deal that sent veteran third baseman switch hitting Chase Headley to New York. On deck, Almonte. And a strike. Solarte trying to sell it for ball 4. Jim Wolf wouldn't buy. Three and 1. Foul ball, 3-2. There are steps leading into the dugout. there's a protective area. That ball went down the steps, but it was close enough to shake everybody up. Scott Van Slyke reports that that mild ankle sprain is okay and that he could play if need be. Remember, he took that header in Phoenix. 3-2. And foul ball down the line. 30,818. That's about 3,000 more than the average. You hear fireworks off in the distance. Behind that tall building. Got the wrong holiday down here. 3-2. So Solarte leads off the bottom of the 8th inning with a walk. And then Almonte, Smith, and Grandal coming up. Dan Herron walked Grandal in the 2nd inning. That was the only walk in his 6 innings. So now Jamie walks a man. And here is Abraham Almonte, single to right, hit into a force play, grounded to first, 1 for 3. Almonte does not have a sacrifice this year. Doesn't mean anything here in the 8th. Hitting behind Almonte, Seth Smith. Solarte has not been involved in trying to steal. Dave McKay over to say something to him. Almonte's going to bunt. Wright's going to look at second and throw to Gordon. So the sacrifice works. Padres now have a tying run at second with 1 out. And Seth Smith coming up. 2 veterans now with the ball game on the line. And we'll see now with Seth, a left-hand batter coming up, and J.P. Howell throwing in the pen. You would expect the move, and you're going to get it. So Howell against Smith. Smitty is 0 for 4 against him. Not much to learn there. Jamie Wright comes out, and we'll be right back. This will be his 60th game this year. And as JP told Dylan Hernandez in today's Times, he talks all about what happened to him a few years ago. He was in spring training with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, felt discomfort in his throwing shoulder after having appeared in 69 games the year before. Well, he underwent major surgery, and following the surgery, they told him you have maybe a 15% chance of pitching in the major leagues again. Well, that really shook him up, though he started an intense exercise program to strengthen the shoulder. And here he is. He has fought his way back. As he said, in the days prior to the shoulder injury, I was just a kid. I would just show up and play. No more. So Howell facing Seth Smith, who is 0 for 3. Tiebreaker at second in Solarte, and that's ball 1. Seth Smith 0 for 4, has walked twice and struck out once against Howell personally, and as you can see, hits the left-handers, but all his power against right-handers. 1 ball and no strikes. Rojas directly behind Solarte at second base. Try to take a step away from him. And ball 2. So the veteran Seth Smith. Miguel bird dogging him. Could be big on a play at the plate. There's so much that goes on to a big game, and it's a big game. Giants are breezing. Dodgers tied it up. The 8th inning home run by Hanley Ramirez. 2-0. And ball 3. On deck, a switch hitter, Yasmani Grandal. They might let Smith swing 3-0. He's got the power. And he looks at ball 4. So runners at first and second with 1 out. Grandal batting left-handed, walked, struck out, popped out. Now Yasmani will turn around. His numbers say hitting just 140 right-handed, all of his power, all 11 home runs, hitting left-handed. The Giants now are not leading the Brewers. They are ushering them out of the ballpark. It's 13-2 Giants. Posey has 4 hits and 3 RBIs. And a strike. On deck, Jerko. Jerko 1 for 3 this year against Howell. 0-1. In the dirt. Nice block by A.J. Solarte at second. Smith at first. 1 out on a bunt. Cashner, Vincent, and Thayer for the Padres. Herron, Wright, and now Howell. One and 2. Padres scored in the second inning. Dodgers tied it in the third. Padres scored in the fourth. Dodgers tied it in the 8th. Bud Black, Dave Roberts getting another well-pitched game. Remember the game they lost at Dodger Stadium? Magnificent young pitcher Tyson Ross led 1-0 into the 8th, and Justin Turner hit a 2-run home run. That saved Clayton Kershaw and gave the Dodgers the win. 1-2. In the dirt. So Howell making Ellis work hard, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. And looking at Howell bounce a couple, he does have 2 wild pitches. Great earned run average, 1.2. Eighth inning, 1 out. And down goes Grandal. So we have 2 out in the 8th inning. And now Jed Jerko. Bottom dropped out of that breaking ball, and Ellis sure made it that it was not going to go anywhere but right around the plate. Jerko has reached on the error. That was the ground ball to Gordon. Perfect double play ball, and D, in haste to get the ball to Ramirez, threw it where Hanley could barely see it. It was so far away. That set it up, and Rivera's fly ball got Grandal home. Jerko has grounded out since and flied to left. Brian Wilson has been throwing in the pen. Yep, and JP's coming out muttering in his beard. So 2 out, 2 on, 2-2 in the 8th. We'll be back. An ERA of 5. Ryan is 1-3. He's a little more, just around 2-1 strikeouts to walks, but not quite. And Jerko will be coming up with Rene Rivera, the catcher, to follow. Jerko against Brian Wilson is 1-4-2. So 2 out, 2 on in a 2-2 tie. The deuces are about as wild as it can get. And Jerko trying to unknot it. When the Dodgers come up in the 9th inning, they will have Crawford, Ethier, and Turner. Solarte and Smith out on the bases. And ball 1. Jerko had that outstanding rookie year, then had the bad foot this year. Very dangerous, 9 home runs. And ball 2. Jerko has walked 21 times He has struck out 79. That's in there, 2-1. Jerko saying something to plate umpire Jim Wolf. No argument. Now gets back in, 2-1. And foul back. Bryan hits 90 on the gun, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Almost hit him with a fastball. 3-2, so that's a slight edge for the Padres. The runners will be going with 2 out on a full count. Solarte at second and Smith at first. Everybody goes 3-2. Two on, 2 out, 3-2 the count. Ellis going out to talk to Wilson. I had the thought Wilson suddenly says to Ellis, I can't hear you. You're talking into your mitt. So Jamie Wright sweating it out. Remember, he gave up the walk opening up the inning. Runners ready. Runners go. Ground ball to short. Rojas gets it high and a tag by Gonzalez. So Adrian saves the moment. That would have been a wild throw to score the run, but Adrian up the ladder. Rojas took dead aim. That's probably the worst thing you can do, but Adrian makes the play. No runs, no hits, 2 left. At the end of 8, a 2-2 tie. Padres play so well that this would be a very tough series, and sure enough, it's 2-2 in the 9th inning. And Kevin Quackenbush will be the 4th San Diego pitcher. That's Andrew Cashner for 6. Then Nick Vincent for an inning. Dale Thayer for an inning. And Thayer gave up the home run to Hanley Ramirez. So now Kevin Quackenbush. Quackenbush has 1 save. He's out of Tampa, Florida, went to the University of South Florida. Last year he struck out almost 40% of right-hand batters, and left-handers hit only 200 against him. He had some great minor league credentials. Fouled away. Crawford has struck out, flied to center, and hit into a force play. So he went 0 for 3 against Andrew Cashner. Two runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers, 1 big error. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Padres. Slap to left, coming up for it to make the catch is Seth Smith. And just like that, 1 out, top of the 9th inning. Andre Ethier coming up. Ethier struck out twice, flied to right. Failed to make that critical play back in the 4th inning. Brian Wilson working off a little energy. Strike. You can imagine what happens to your nervous system no matter how much of a veteran you are. You come in a tough spot, you get out of it, heart pounding, nerves raw and on edge. You go back in the dugout and there's no way you can just sit down and watch the game. Dodgers have Kenley Jansen and Pedro Baez up. Probably if the Dodgers fail to score, it'll be Baez. And if they get a go-ahead run, you would then assume it would be Jansen. 0-2 to Andre. There's the pen. Jansen on the left. Two fellows who throw awfully hard. In case you're thinking about some dramatic home run, Quackenbush has only allowed 2 home runs this year. 2-2. Basically, Quackenbush with a fastball. He has a curve and a changeup. And above all, he usually has very good control. Still 2-2. On deck, Justin Turner, who's having another big night against San Diego. He has 2 singles and a double and has scored once. 2-2. And hit to the hole by the diving Solarte, and a base hit from Ethier with 1 out. So the Dodgers have a tiebreaker at first. And here comes Justin Turner. Remember, it was August the 21st. Well, that was a little more than a week ago against a great young pitcher, Tyson Ross. Can't ask for much more from Justin Turner with 3 more hits tonight. Right. Turner almost hitting 500 against San Diego. I think it was 488. Ethier has 1 stolen base, but he's been caught twice. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 5 hits for San Diego. Giants knocking the head off Milwaukee's beer tonight. They piled up, the last we checked, 13 runs. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. The latest, they're in the 7th inning in San Francisco, and the Giants are winning 13-2. Buster Posey, among other things, for the 2nd time in his career, has had a 5-hit game. 1-2 the count to Justin Turner. And going after, I think, a bad ball. Turner probably anxious, trying to do something. And down he goes. Looked like that was up and away. Take a look. Oh, yeah. Way up and way outside. And down he goes. So with 2 out, Ethier at first, and the batter is A.J. Ellis. Single a left, grounded to second, popped up, and Scott Van Slyke well enough to hit on deck to bat for Wilson. So our guess is, if the Dodgers fail to score, Pedro Baez. If the Dodgers score, Kenley Jansen. Rivera, Liriano, and Amarista will be due up for the Padres. One ball and no strikes. Fastball missed, 2-0. Give you something to think of. Van Slyke on deck is 1 for 2 against Quackenbush. Two 2-0 to Ellis. And ball 3. Three and 0 to AJ. And a strike, 3-1. Quackenbush 25. He'll be 26 the end of November. And another strike. So if nothing else, Ethier will be going 3-2. There he goes on ball 4. Well, the last time we saw Van Slyke swing a bat was in Arizona when he hit the home run in the 3rd inning against Wade Miley. And then he sprained his ankle, had to come out. And now here he is. 10 home runs, 21 runs batted in. And as we said, 1 for 2 in the past against Quackenbush. Remember, Van Slyke went down after a blooper fell in front of Puig. Here comes Scotty, and watch that right ankle, and in pain he had to come off. Right foot just turned. As he said, it's bad grass out there. It was a mild sprain, they said. He was able to walk off under his own power. And they said he was able to play. Well, he's going to pinch hit anyway. So the Dodgers 2 on, 2 out, 9th inning, 2-2. And ball 1. Van Slyke has walked 27 times, struck out 57 times. Breaking ball, 2-0. So in the inning, Crawford lined out to left, Ethier singled to left, Turner struck out, Ellis walks. Quackenbush behind, 2-0. A strike. And ball 3. On deck is D. Gordon. Two out, 3-1 count, 2-2, 9th inning. And ball 4. And remember, Justin Turner, probably trying to do too much, struck out on a pitch that was way out of the strike zone. So Quackenbush is fighting it. He's given up a single and 2 walks. And now D. Gordon. The Dodgers last with the bases loaded, hitting a paltry 170. It might surprise you to see how effective the Padres are when they load things up. And ball 1, almost a wild pitch. Quackenbush has 1 wild pitch and a good save by Rene Rivera. So Black sweating it out. Gordon is 0 for 4. He hit that long drive in the 5th and a tremendous catch by Reimer Liriano. Ethier, Ellis, and Van Slyke out there. And a little ground ball to Jerko, the little flip, and the Dodgers, as they have done all year, come up empty with the bases loaded. It's amazing. You would think they'd blunder into a base hit now and then, but they didn't. So we go to the bottom of the 9th, 2-2. And the 9th pitcher in the game. So Baez, a very hard thrower. He'll be facing Rivera, followed by Liriano, and then Amarista. 2-2 in the ninth. The Dodgers, of course, in danger of losing a game. Giants are well on their way to a victory. The Dodgers, by the way, thoroughly frustrated. Not only did they fail to make two big defensive plays, but they're only 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. So you put the error by Gordon, the bobble by Ethier, the Dodgers hitting 170 with the bases loaded this year, and they have to be a very frustrated first place team. Rene Rivera had a sacrifice fly and a run batted in. Single to center, scored a run, and lost a hit, a drive to left center, and a fine running catch by Andre Ethier. As you can see, what the Padres have done since 2005, would you believe, 84 walk-off victories, tied for most in the big leagues with the Reds. So they are capable indeed, and especially here. Rivera hit a game-tying home run and had the walk-off base hit. Now coming up, 1 for 2 tonight. Knocked in one, scored one. And promptly bangs this one over the glove of Rojas. So Rivera is on base, opening up batters in the bottom of the ninth. Reimer Liriano is not going to come up. Will Venable comes out. Cameron Maybin also will run for Rivera. So Rivera with a good night. A sac fly, 2 singles, and robbed of a hit as well. And Maybin with the wheels will take over at first base. So Will Venable, the left-hand batter, the veteran, hitting .220. Venable with a half a dozen home runs, 27 runs batted in. If you're wondering about a bunt, he has all of 1 sacrifices. Then after he bats, you have Alexei Amarista. So we'll see what Venable does. Dodgers have to play Turner up, looking bunt. Pulls the bat back, ball 1. Glenn Hoffman sending a message to Will Venable, and over at first, Cameron Maybin. Maybin hasn't played much at all, but he still has stolen 3 out of 4. He's a definite threat over there. Boy, that fastball almost knocked the bat out of Venable's hands. 95 miles an hour. 1 ball and 1 strike. I mean, that just ate him up. Dodgers still look bunt. 2-2, bottom of the ninth. Giants breezing against Milwaukee. Bunts. Adrian's only play is to Gordon. So Venable does his job. Sacrifices Maybin to second base. And here comes the pest, Alexei Amarista, as Venable gets 5 for doing his job. Amarista grounded to third, single to center to drive in the run, and hit back to the box. Amarista hitting .300 for the last 2 weeks. Jake Gobert, left-hand hitting first baseman, comes out on deck. And a strike. 0-1. A year ago, he beat Arizona with a bunt. There's Gobert getting ready. No balls, 1 strike. Fouled away. Baez throwing hard, 96. Rivera singled. May have been running for him. Venable sacrifices. So May have been out there carrying the mail. 1 out. 2-2, bottom of the 9th. Fastball. Boy, 96 miles an hour to overpower Amarista. Take another look. Nothing fancy, just I'll throw it as hard as I can, see if you can swing as hard as you can. And the batter now is Jake Gobert, left-hand hitting first baseman, batting for Quackenbush. Gobert out of Illinois, 26 years old. He'll be 27 the end of September. Originally signed by the Astros. So there's the tie breaking, the winning run, and Cameron May been at second, and 2 out. Baez, as usual, throwing very hard. And they will take their chances, walk the left-hand batter, and go after Solarte, the third baseman and right-hand batter. So no sense risking Jay Gobert. They put him aboard, and that also gives you a force play as well. So in a moment, 2 on, 2 out. Solarte has popped up, flied to right, grounded to first, and walked. So in a moment, Gobert will get ball 4. Okay. So Baez against Solarte in the ball game in the balance. Jan Hervis Solarte out of Valencia, Venezuela. 27 years old. We mentioned way back at the start of the game his uncle Roger Cedeno played for years in the big leagues. A switch hitter, batting left-handed. And ball 1. In looking at Solarte's numbers, he has 3 home runs, 2 hit right-handed. Hitting .350 right-handed, .247 left. He has a double and a triple, batting right-handed. 1 ball, no strikes. And a fly ball to center, going back is Ethier. He's there. So Solarte a long out to center. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. And at the end of 9, a 2-2 tie. As we move into the 10th inning, you might be interested to know in extra inning games, the Dodgers are 5-8 and the Padres are 8-4. Blaine Boyer will become the 5th Padre pitcher and the 10th pitcher in the game. Boyer getting ready to pitch to Miguel Rojas, Adrian Gonzalez, and Matt Kemp. Rojas came in to cover up after Ramirez hit the game-tying home run halfway up the building in left field. Well, that tied it up, and it's been that way ever since the 8th inning. So Rojas will now open it up against Blaine Boyer. Strike. Rojas struggling, hitting less than 200 with a home run, 8 runs batted in. Blaine Boyer, big fella out of Atlanta, Georgia. Fastball foul back. Rojas in a hole now, 0-2. Boyer, originally a 3rd-round pick with the Braves way back in 2000 out of Marietta High School. Came up to the Braves in 2005. Left them and went to the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, the Mets, and the Padres. 0-2. 1-2. Adrian Gonzalez 0-4, waiting on deck. Padres have made several changes. We'll give them to you in a moment. 2-2. Yasmani Grandal was playing first base. He's behind the plate. Will Venable is in right field. Jake Gobert is now at first base. If you're keeping score, we'll let you know where they are in the lineup. 2-2. Fastball away. Boyer will bat in the number 6 slot. Venable came up and batted in the 7th, so he stays there. Gobert pinch hit in the 9th, so he stays there. So the only real change, Boyer in the number 6 slot. That would be Rivera, the catcher. 3-2. Foul back. Rojas trying to get aboard, and then you have Gonzalez, Kemp, and maybe Crawford. It's been Cashner, Vincent, Thayer, Quackenbush, and Boyer. Herron, Wright, Howell, Wilson, and Baez. 3-2. Fouled away again. Rojas fighting off a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Nothing fancy about Boyer. Fastball, curve, changeup. Fastball just missed for ball 4. But Rojas picks up a big walk. Now you have Gonzalez and Kemp. See how close that was to being a strike. Just missed. Adrian Gonzalez struck out, grounded out, flied out, grounded out again. 0-4, hitting .273. Adrian, 5 years as a Padre. 3-time All-Star as a Padre. And a strike. Gonzalez, 18 home runs, 90 runs batted in. Oh, 2. Adrian a little annoyed at himself. I think that pitch might have been out of the zone. On deck, Matt Kemp. Rojas, tiebreaker, cautious lead at first. And a high fly ball into left center. On the cruise coming over is Almonte to make the catch. And Rojas gets back to first base. So Gonzalez goes 0 for 5 tonight. And we have one out in the 10th inning. Matt Kemp struck out, grounded to third, singled to center, and struck out again. So Matt's 1 for 4. See what he has done going head to head with Blaine Boyer. 3 for 11. That would be a .273 batting average. He's hitting .277. Fastball at 94, 0-1. You don't expect Rojas to do any running. He has not been involved in a stolen base. I think they'd rather have Matt Kemp try to settle the issue with Carl Crawford on deck, but we'll see. 0-1. Rojas has increased his lead a little bit with one out. Waiting on deck, Carl Crawford. He's 0 for 4. Dodger heart of the lineup, 1 for 13. Gonzalez, Kemp, and Crawford. Fouled away. So Boyer throwing hard. No balls and 2 strikes to Matt. 16 home runs, 63 runs batted in. The hitting tonight certainly belongs to Ramirez in the number 2 slot. Single, double, and home run. Turner in the number 7 spot. 2 singles and a double. 0-2. So down goes Matt Kemp for the 3rd time tonight. He goes 1 for 5. And the batter now will be Carl Crawford. Crawford has struck out, flied to center, hit into a force play, and lined out to left. So when your numbers 3, 4, and 5 hitters collect just 1 hit amongst them, you're not going to score much. And the Dodgers have 2, and they're tied. 0-1. When the Padres come up in the bottom of the 10th inning, they'll have Abraham Almonte, Seth Smith, and Yasmani Grandal. And if anybody gets on, Jed Jerko, the second baseman. Dodger pen is busy now. Jansen, of course, has been up. Carlos Frias joins him. High bouncer coming over as Jerko on the run, throws him out. So the Dodgers get a leadoff walk and leave him. Dodgers have left 9, and we're heading for the bottom of the 10th in a 2-2 tie. 2-2 tie. Padres scored in the second inning. Dodgers tied it in the third. Padres scored in the fourth. Hanley Ramirez homered in the eighth. And that's it. We're now heading for the bottom of the 10th. Carlos Frias, just up, will be in his 8th game. He will also be the 6th Dodger pitcher. Herron, Wright, Howell, Wilson, Baez, and now Frias. 5 pitchers used by the Padres, so 11 pitchers in the game. It is push against shove. Cashner, Vincent, Thayer, Quackenbush, and Boyer. Frias will be facing the numbers 2, 3, and 4 hitters. It'll be Almonte, who has singled, hit into a force play, grounded out, and sacrificed. Almonte, a 300 hitter, will be followed by the power in the lineup, Seth Smith, who has a dozen home runs, and then the catcher, Yasmani Grandal, who started the game at first base. So the Padres, who have won 17 of the last 22 they've played here at Petco. They've won 5 straight home series. They are particularly tough here. 8 games over 500 at home. Dodgers are fresh from winning 22 of the last 28 against Western Division teams. And ball 1. And a tapper to short. This time Miguel fielded and threw. He didn't aim. 1 away. So the batter now will be Seth Smith. Seth Smith flied to left, hit back to the box, grounded to first, and walked. Fastball, ball 1. Frias, long and lean. He is 6'4", 175 pounds. You may or may not remember, he made his debut August the 4th against the Angels. Little tap of the third. Turner on the run, takes care of it. 2 down. And the very first batter that Frias foxed in his major league debut, it was Albert Pujols, and Pujols got a base hit. But it's something that he has in common with Clayton Kershaw, because the first batter that Clayton Kershaw ever saw in the big leagues was Albert Pujols, who got a base hit. So with 2 out, here's Grandal. Walked, scored a run, struck out twice, popped up. Grandal's power is as a left-handed batter. All 11 home runs hit left-handed. Ball 1. That's a strike. 1-1 to count. Grandal from Cuba, Frias from the Dominican Republic. That's a strike. 1-2. Two and 2. Frias from Nagua in the Dominican Republic. Signed him, the Dodgers did, out of high school back in 2008. Made the usual stops up the ladder and finally came up to the Dodgers from Chattanooga. Fastball fouled away. Still 2 and 2. Yasmani Grandal 0 for 3, but he did walk and score a run in the second inning. Fouled away. Two-two tie, bottom of the 10th. The kids are still here. Weekend, no school. Whoops. Grandal goes to school, chases one in the dirt, and strikes out. So the Padres go out in order in the 10th, and we are heading for the 11th inning in a 2-2 tie. Nine hits, 1 error. They have left 9. And the Padres 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors. They have left 8. Blaine Boyer, the 5th pitcher, will be facing Andre Ethier, Justin Turner, and A.J. Ellis. The final score, the Giants defeated the Brewers 13-2. Giants had 19 hits. Buster Posey, for the second time in his career, had a 5-hit game. Joe Panik, the second baseman, had 4 hits. Gregor Blanco had a home run, and Vogelsong got the win, and Peralta suffered the loss. Vogelsong went 7 innings. Peralta only was around for 3 innings. So here's Ethier. Struck out twice, flied to right, single to left. Got as far as 3rd in the 9th inning. Foul ball. No balls, 1 strike. Ah, that's nice. High fives. Oh and 2. Andre batting .247, 4 home runs, 40 runs batted in. Then Justin Turner, who has 2 singles and a double, and then Ellis, who has a single and 3 trips, plus a walk. And pop foul off to the left, well out of play. 30,818 here tonight. Probably a bigger crowd tomorrow night when they honor Trevor Hoffman. Off speed and pulled into right field. So Boyer trying to change up on a slow breaking ball, and Ethier leads off with a single. So Andre 2 for 5. And Justin Turner single, scored a run, double, and they left him at third. Singled in the 7th, struck out in the 9th. Zach Greinke and Ian Kennedy tomorrow night. Eric Stoltz and maybe Hyun-Jin Ryu Sunday. We'll see. Ethier short lead at first. And ball 1. Turner a long look at Lorenzo Bundy. One ball and 1 strike. Blaine Boyer, who's 32 years old, just celebrated his 33rd birthday. 1-1 to Justin Turner. Fastball in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nice block by Yasmani Grandal. Jake Gobert holding a corner on Ethier. The outfield fanned out. Center fielder Almonte shading Turner a bit towards right center. Justin gets a lot of base hits to right field. There goes Ethier, hit and run foul ball. The manager's count of 2-1, and the count now 2-2. Justin again a look down to Lorenzo Bundy. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. 11th inning, 2-2. Still 2-2. Turner playing in his 90th game. It wasn't a rap on him, but it was just part of what most people felt about Justin, that he was a great player occasionally, but couldn't play day in and day out. Just didn't have the strength. And of course, that's just what he's been doing, playing a lot. 2-2. Down he goes. So Turner strikes out. Ethier holding, 1 out. Justin has struck out twice after getting 3 hits. And A.J. Ellis single, grounded out, popped up, and walked. Darwin Barney is one of the people available, and he's out on deck. Dodgers down to Barney and the backup catcher Butera. The Padres are down to Chris Nelson, a right-hand batter, and that's it. 0-1 to A.J. Ellis. A.J. struggling at 194. Single to left, grounded to second to advance Turner to third in the 5th inning, but they left him. Popped up and walked. Dodgers have left 9. Padres have left 8. Fastball off the plate. Now it's AJ's turn to check with Bundy. AJ's pretty good at making contact. On a 2-1 count, Turner fouled it off. AJ's not quite sure. 1-1. Brandon Lee has been warming up in the Dodger bullpen. Darwin Barney is on deck. 2-2 in the 11th inning. And a strike. 1-2. There goes Ethier, hit and run foul ball, and it's still 1-2. So the Dodgers a little desperate to get something going. Normally you'd run Ethier 2-1 because the fact that he is a contact hitter. They ran him 1-2, and Ellis got a piece of it and fouled it off. Mattingly somehow trying to find a run. Dodgers scored in the 3rd and in the 8th. There goes Ethier again, and it's missed at the plate. The throw down, he's in there. So Ethier winds up with his 2nd stolen base, and he's taking his time. He's still down on one knee out there. Yasmani double clutched, and here's Ethier beating the throw, and then he finally just now got up. So he's 2-2 for steals and caught. A desperate gamble by Mattingly. So here's Darwin Barney batting for Frias. Ethier at second, 2 out in the 11th, 2-2. That's a strike. Dodgers were 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Oh and 1. One ball and one strike. 2 down, top of the 11th inning. 2-2. Boyer has struck out 3, allowed a hit and walked 1. Check swing, but it's going to be a bum check. It won't pass. 1-2. Andre Ethier, a tiebreaker, out at second with 2 out. And ground ball to short. Amarista. That'll be that. So the Dodgers leave their 10th man as Barney grounds out. They leave Ethier in scoring position. They're now 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And we're heading to the bottom of the 11th in a 2-2 tie. for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 8 left on for San Diego. The Dodgers now will bring in Brandon League. He is the 7th pitcher to come in. It's been Herron, Wright, Howell, Wilson, Baez, Frias, and now Brandon League. The only fella available to be used by the Padres, Chris Nelson, and he's out on deck. So Brandon League in his 52nd game. There's Nelson. And Jed Jerko will start it off. If we're not keeping score, Nelson will be batting for the pitcher, Blaine Boyer. Jerko reached on a huge error in the 2nd inning when Gordon threw a double play ball away and a big run scored. Then Jerko grounded out twice, flied out, 0 for 4, and a strike from Brandon Lee. Jerko 0 for 1 in the past against Lee. 0-2 the count. 2-2. Been that way since a banged up Hanley Ramirez hit a home run with 1 out in the 8th inning to tie it up. Oh and 2 to Jed. Got him. So Jerko strikes out. He goes 0 for 5. Great pitch. Jerko fooled. Down he goes. Batter now will be Boyer's spot, which means Chris Nelson. Nelson was born in Escondido, but makes his home in Decatur, Georgia. Originally a first-round pick by the Rockies. Played for a while with the Rockies. Ball 1. Then he played for the Yankees, the Angels, and after spending quite a while in the minors, here he is with San Diego. 1 ball and no strikes. Ball 2. So Brandon Lee got his first man. Now behind a little bit on Nelson. Using Nelson means Bud Black has played all of his cards. Dodgers have 1 player left, Drew Butera, backing up A.J. Ellis. 3-0 the count. So Butera, the ace in the hole, held back until the very end. In there. Chris Nelson hitting .236, 7 runs batted in. Only been in 26 games. 3-1. And a high fly ball to right center. It's Ethier's ball. So we have 2 down here in the 11th inning. Nelson just recently called up from El Paso. The batter now, Will Venable, who batted for Liriano and sacrificed in the 9th inning. Stayed in the game in right field, and now coming up. Venable hitting .220, but for the last 40 games since their first week in July, he's been hitting .283. And against right-handers, hitting .290. And a strike. If Venable gets on, he runs pretty well. He has stolen 7 out of 12. On deck, Alexi Amarista. and a strike. Venable a couple of years ago stole 29 bases, so he would be a threat should he get aboard. The boy from Princeton, Will Venable. Father Max played in the big leagues for a long time. Giants, Expos, Reds. Got him. Ellis makes it official. So a nice inning turned in by Brandon Lee. He strikes out 2 of 3. And we are heading for the 12th inning in a 2-2 tie. Chris Nelson, who came in and batted for Boyer, stays in the game at third base. Yangervis Solarte, who's been playing third base, is now in left field. And on the mound, Tim Stauffer. So Stauffer is the 6th San Diego pitcher. The Dodgers have used 7, so 13 pitchers in the game. Tim has been around a while. He was originally out of the University of Richmond and signed by the Padres in 2003, and he came up 2 years later. Basically, he might leave and go down, but he always comes back up to the Padres. D. Gordon will start it off. This will be a particularly good confrontation should Gordon get aboard, because Stauffer is really tough as far as stolen bases. Fouled away. Gordon is 0 for 5. Robbed of a big extra base potential in the 5th inning. Liriano banging into the center field fence and holding on to the ball. 0-2. Gordon grounded out, struck out, let long out to center, flied to left, hit into a force play. Ball 1. If you're keeping score of this gem, Stauffer bats 7th. 1-2. Big swing and a miss, the tag at the plate, and that'll be that. So Gordon, tough night, strikes out twice, goes 0 for 6. Robbed of what would have been a huge base hit in the 5th inning. Miguel Rojas finishing up for Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez doubled, singled, stepped on the top of the base, skated across and went down heavily, hurt his leg, stayed in the game, and it was just as well for the Dodgers. because Hanley came up in the 8th inning and hit a home run to tie up the game. Rojas then took over, and in his only at bat, walked in the 10th inning. And Yasiel Puig appeared as a pinch hitter way back in the 7th inning. Yasiel struck out. He did not start the game, which is one reason why Ramirez batted second. The gumball machine was hit by that. There it is. Dodgers have a bubble machine. Padres have a gumball machine. 0-2. Ball one. Tim Stauffer, 6th pitcher, 32 years old. He's the fellow who really is honorable. 2-2. Padres wanted to sign him, and they were offering him about $2 million or more. And he said, you know what? I've got a sore shoulder. So instead of $2.6 million, they signed him for $700,000. That's being honorable. Little roller. Nelson's going to have the chance, just getting into the game. Got him on a toe dance by Gobert at first base. Take another look. That's tough. You just get in, you get a tough play, you throw high, and Gobert saved his bacon. Otherwise, that goes down the right field line, and Rojas is at second base. Of course, the first chance that Rojas got, remember when he took over for Ramirez, he almost threw one away, and Adrian Gonzalez saved him. So here is Adrian. 0 for 5. Right. Adrian struck out, grounded out, flied out, grounded out, flied out again. And a shot off the glove of Stauffer, picked up by Nelson, but no play. So Gonzalez, in his 6th at bat, gets a base hit off the pitcher, literally and figuratively, and that'll bring up Matt Kemp. Sharp back to the box. Stauffer unable to come up with it. No play for Nelson. So Matt Kemp. For Matt Kemp, it's been a tough night. He is 1 for 5, but he has struck out 3 times. Two runs, 11 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Padres. And a strike. Matt had the base hit in the 6th inning. That was against Cashner. Stauffer throws fastball, curve, cutter, change, and even a knuckle curve he'll throw once in a while. One and two. Tim, a first-round pick back in 03. And lifted into left center, very playable. Almonte is there, and that'll be that. So Kemp goes 1 for 6. Gonzalez goes 1 for 6, and Crawford is 0 for 5. So the Dodgers are stuck in the mud in a 2-2 tie. In a 2-2 tie, Kevin Correa, who was born in San Diego, lives in San Diego, at one time pitched for the Padres in 09 and 10. He was originally drafted by the Giants. Kevin coming in now for the Dodgers. He becomes their 8th pitcher. Herron and Wright and Howell and Wilson, Baez and Frias and League and Correa. Sounds more like a call for a team photo. And Correa now trying to get some outs. He will face Alexi Amarista, Jake Gobert, and then Solarte, who's now the left fielder. Amarista grounded to third, single to center, hit back to the box and struck out. 3 home runs, 25 ribbies. And a line drive, base hit into left field. Crawford up with it. So a rather rude welcome home. A leadoff single by Amarista. And the batter will be Jake Gobert. Amarista, by the way, is a marvelous base stealer. So he will put tremendous pressure on Correa. He's stolen 11 out of 12. So the Dodgers have to contend with speed and Gobert. Gobert does not have a sacrifice, but he might try to do it now. No, there goes Amarista. High fly ball, very playable. Ethier for the catch, and Amarista back to first. So instead of bunting, Bud Black had hit and run, and Gobert flies out. So 1 out, Amarista at first base, and Jan Solarte. Solarte is popped up, flied to right, grounded out, walk, flied to center. So he's 0 for 4. For Correa, this would be his first relief assignment. Not just for the Dodgers. He did not relieve when he was in the American League. He made 23 starts. Solarte against Correa is 4 for 8 with a home run. Ball 1. On deck, Abraham Almonte. That name is pronounced Jan Hervis. From Venezuela. Two and 0. Well, they were running Amarista on the first pitch to Gobert. We'll see what they do now. 2 and 0. Dave McKay over to say something. Remember, he's stolen 11 out of 12. With a runner like Amarista, the hitter is expecting a lot of fastballs. Wants to get the ball to the catcher as soon as possible. And ball 3. In the first inning, however, when Almonte was at first and Seth Smith was the batter, Almonte ran on what turned out to be a slow curveball, and A.J. Ellis made a great throw to nail Almonte, but that seems like a while ago in the first inning. We're in the 12th. 3 and 0. And ball 4, and Correa had a little trouble, almost fell down. That's another problem. You might not think about it, but let's face it, Correa comes in after all of the other pitchers had pitched. 6 Padre pitchers, 7 Dodger pitchers, and now you walk in as the 14th pitcher, and that mound is a mess. Now, Abraham Almonte singled, hit into a force play, grounded out, sacrificed, grounded out again. However, he is 3 for 3 in the past against Correa. Ball 1. The Padres, like the Dodgers, and of course you always have that in a long, low-scoring extra inning game. Padres are 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. I think the Dodgers are like 1 for 9. So Roberts and his skipper figure they're in pretty good shape here. 2 on, 1 out. Almonte with Smith on deck, and Speed and Amarista at second. So Rojas right behind him. That's foul, but it gets away, and the runners will move up. Well, we thought it might have been a foul ball, but then Ellis went after it as if his life intended. And the Dodgers now in a mess. Second and third. It'll be a wild pitch in the dirt. So they move up. Now with first base open, and you have a left-hand hitter, Seth Smith, on deck. So we'll see the result of it. They will pitch to Almonte. Remember, the Giants ripped Milwaukee. So the Dodger lead of 4.5 is in jeopardy. The infield is up, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Correa is going to ask Ellis to go over the signs again. AJ keeps looking over to Mattingly, and now going out to the mound. Well, you take your situation. You have a left-hand hitter with first base open, and then another left-hand hitter on deck. Dodgers have used J.P. Howell. Mattingly talking to the infield. D. Gordon responding. Andre Ethier might very well wind up playing in the infield. So the Dodgers might come up with the so-called 6-man infield. No other reason for Ethier to come to the mound. Andre going over to the right side with Adrian Gonzalez. So Ethier looks like the first baseman, and Adrian Gonzalez looks like the second baseman. And Gonzalez plays on the grass. Now Ethier comes up. So the infield is up. Only 2 outfielders, and a 1-ball, 1-strike pitch. Throw to third. Amarista, he's the winning run. Solarte at second. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Ball 2. One thing the Padres have not done, they have not had a lot of double plays. No one man really stands out as grounding into double plays. 2-1. and a high foul ball, and a 2-ball 2-strike count. We have 30,818. A lot of folks have decided they've seen enough and gone home. Tough ball game. Padres scored in the second inning. Dodgers came back and tied it in the third. Padres went ahead in the fourth. Dodgers tied it in the eighth. And here we are in the bottom of the 12th. 2-2 with 1 out. Time. Interesting to see Ethier closer to first base than Gonzalez. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Time. Well, the wheels are really turning here. Almonte 1 for 4 with a sacrifice. Two balls, 2 strikes. And ball 3. So Seth Smith waits, and so does this crowd. First base open, 3-2 the count. And fouled away. That was a borderline pitch. Almonte with 2 strikes, not about to gamble. The big man is Amarista. He's at third. Way outside and high. That was almost a wild pitch to end the game. So the bases are loaded with 1 out, and Seth Smith will be coming up. In checking Smitty, he has grounded into 6 double plays. He has also flied to left, and he's hit 3 ground balls, and of course that's what the Dodgers are hoping for. 3 ground balls, fly ball, and a walk, though he's 0 for 4. And as you can see in comparison, the Padres sparkle with the bases loaded, and you cannot believe the Dodger infield. It looks like a chorus line on the right side. Oh, all alone is Justin Turner, and a strike. 0-1. So they're all over there. Rojas and Gordon and Gonzalez and Ethier. I don't know the last time I've seen a 4-man infield on the right side. 3, yes. 0-1 to Seth. 1 out, remember. Ground ball. The play at the plate is on a bounce for 1. Back to first. Not in time. So D. Gordon got it into his catcher Ellis for a force at the plate. The throw to first not in time. But let's see, is Mattingly going to ask for a review? No. So Gordon threw on a bounce but got the out. Nice play by Ellis, trying to get it back to first, not in time. And now wait 1 second. The force play was 4-2. Runners moved up, so the bases remain loaded on the fielder's choice. Now the Dodgers, with 2 out, go back to a normal right side on the infield. So you have Smith, Almonte, and Solarte, and Solarte's the winning run at third. Ethier's back in center field. and a strike. He has Monty Grandal. Grandal has walked, struck out 3 times, popped up 0 for 4. There's the man, Yangervis Solarte. Hard foul ball. Boy, he ripped that thing 0-2. We're in the bottom of the 12th inning. The Dodgers 2 runs, 11 hits. They've left 11. The Padres 2 runs, 7 hits. They have left 8. Solarte, Almonte, and Smith with 2 out. From Havana, Cuba. That's kind of a matador stance there, wasn't it? 2-2. See if he does that again. Kevin Correa, the 8th Dodger pitcher. Zach Greinke will go tomorrow night against Ian Kennedy. We've had 14 pitchers in the game. And pop foul, out of play. Grandal, who went to the University of Miami by way of Havana, Cuba. He lives in Miami Springs. The Reds selected him, a first-round pick in 2010, and he never made it. Wound up with the Padres 2 years ago. So all the Padres out there, Solarte, Almonte, and Smith. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. A 2-2 tie in the 12th. And ball 3. I'm not rooting, believe me when I say this, but I certainly don't hope after all this struggle it's a ball 4. Huh? Would that be the worst way to end this game or any game? Well, we'll see. It has come down to 1 pitch. Three and 2. Ground ball into right field. And the Padres win it 3-2. And at least they didn't win it on a walk. A clean base hit by the lad from Havana. And the Padres have now beaten the Dodgers 3 of 7 here. But they're getting tougher and tougher. They've now won 18 of 22 at Petco since the 29th of June. For the Padres, that turns out to be their 9th walk-off win of the year, as Grandal sends everybody home. And of course, the play of the game, what else? A 3-2, 2-out, bases loaded into right field. If you care, the time of game, 4 hours and 11 minutes. And Correa made 22 pitches and suffered the loss. And Tim Stauffer picked up the victory. So the Dodger lead is now cut to 3.5. Tomorrow night, it's Greinke and Kennedy at 5:40. We'll talk to you then. Until then, good night, everybody.